Chuck, huge honor to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's very humbling, and what an honor.
Now, you are such a special person. You so publicly went through, surviving cancer, and you were such an inspiration to so many people. Tell me, what does it mean to be an American where you are incredibly resilient and able to bounce back from something even as potentially lethal as cancer?
I can't believe it's already been 8 years.
Wow.
I was diagnosed back in 2012, and I have such great appreciation, not only for just the men and women of our military, obviously, the sacrifices that they make, but all the doctors and researchers, nurses, caregivers. I think back to that time, John, when I was diagnosed and going through, 26 days in the hospital, and all the people on the front line right now, the doctors, the nurses, the caregivers. I mean, I just have such great appreciation and admiration, and I got so much, support and encouragement from so many people I knew, but more people that I didn't know. And that's what makes our country so great. I don't know if that happens anywhere else but America. Right. I don't know that I survived that whole ordeal, and I'm so grateful and so thankful for all those people that helped me through those circumstances.
For you, what does Memorial Day mean?
It's just a time to, sit back and reflect and remember all those, who served, all those who sacrificed their lives, so that, we can enjoy the very freedom that we have. Right. This is the greatest country in the world, and it's just a time to reflect and
Jay Glazer, thank you so much for joining us.
My old friend, how are you, buddy?
Dude, we have known each other a very long time. How are things right now? Where are you?
Oh man, I took a little. I had to go down to Florida with my son for a little bit, so I've been.
Brotherhood! Woo! Ow!
Tell me about Dave.
Dave was my closest friend in that whole experience I had in the teams.
Let's see your dance moves. Oh, with my hand back and forth.
Yeah, Dave Warrison, man. the kind of person that fills the void of suffering with laughs and jokes, and just kind of brought everybody back to life.
Tell me about Adam.
Adam was my best friend. Adam and I went through buds together. Adam and I did 2 platoons together, deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan together. Adam and I did everything together. I met Adam going through Navy SEAL training.
Basically, every day was an ass kicking, and that's where those friendships were formed, in a fiery gauntlet.
Adam Smith! Gang Arthur!
Ricky, can you take me through the night that Dave died? And Josh, can you walk me through the night Adam died?
I could hear the voice say something after he pounded on the door.
I start getting blown up on the phone.
And then I heard these footsteps run to the next door and pound on that door. And I could barely make out what he said. Then he ran to my door and pounded on my door and he said, "Helo down."
You know, Helo got shot down in Afghanistan, and you know, these are the names we know now. Yeah, Dave Warson, man. You know, a guy like that, just, I can never forget a human like that.
You know, the hero amongst heroes. My best friend. Never been able to talk to him again.
I just kind of had a blank face, you know, for days.
You don't have time to cry. You don't have time to be sad.
You know, you celebrate your brother's life when you can.
Every time on their death day you get around, you tell their stories, and their memory fucking lives on. Then there got to be so many. And next thing you know, it's like death day after death day. You're at the bar again. On another day when you lost another friend. So it was the year anniversary of a helicopter called Extortion 17 being shot down.
And unfortunately, that night I got a DUI.
The next morning I had to fucking ask myself, is this the best way to remember them? Is this how they'd want me to be honoring them? And I thought, no, it's not. I'd do something that they'd want to be with me for, something that they'd enjoy, something they'd be proud of. And that's how I would celebrate their death days.
Adam Smith! Hooyah! Smith! Long live the fucking brotherhood!
Yeah, dog. I realized the best and only way that I can try to find any connection to all my buddies who aren't here anymore is to push myself to my utter fucking limits.
Nowhere near home free. This is gonna be spicy. How are these mosquitoes? This is fucking sketch balls. Holy shit. That snow was great. What the fuck is with this? Snow. Fucking weird. Holy shit.
In the mountains, I'd have this kind of like subtle feeling. I don't know, like subtle connection to my friends who aren't around anymore, and I didn't know how to define it.
Ever since I started changing the way I'd celebrate their death days, I felt like there's a presence there.
I wanted to find a way to magnify that feeling.
I looked at a map, and what stands out when you look at an aerial map of Colorado immediately is the spine of the Sangre de Cristos. And nobody has ever ski traversed it before. Every time I drive by the thing, it's right in your face. It's like, holy shit, that mountain range is incredible. It juts up out of nowhere. It gets insane storms. There's so many radical peaks in this thing. It looks like Mordor half the season. There's no easy options. You have to stay on the spine of this thing. It's committing. It's completely committing. We kind of have no clue what to expect or how long we're actually going to be in this thing. It's just, you start there, you finish here, and you find a way to get there. And in the middle of it is the Great Sand Dunes, which, like, what kind of mental mindfuck is that, to go from the Alpine and into the sand dunes and then back into the Alpine? You know, the Sangre de Cristo range is just the place to explore the mind in this quest to relieve a feeling of yearning for my dead friends.
I met Josh on a climbing trip on the Grand Teton. Found out instantly that Josh is all about living his life, not just for himself, but for his buddies that are gone. And motivated me and reinvigorated my thirst for living. Josh is an animal. He's raging with life all the time. And having the commonality of being in the teams and having somebody to look to and be like, that fucking dude right there has got my back.
We realized that we were moving much slower than we want to be, and we had to start rationing our food already. We're breaking shit left and right.
What are you doing, man? Just fixing shit with rocks.
Just getting pummeled by wind and snow nonstop. This range doesn't want to give it up at all.
You go into this environment out here, it gets gnarly, it gets nasty, brutal. There's a lot of just hearing the wind blowing through your body and your gear, and just almost like a sick, twisted, loving lullaby.
It's turning out to be exactly what we asked for. The straight up ass kicking that we're receiving is what we wanted. Our bodies, you know, are starting to smell really bad, starting to smell like ammonia because they're consuming themselves. The fucking reason I wanted to do this was I wanted to know what that feeling is. I wanted to turn it into something that I could recognize and like actually understand its effect on me.
I do know that I've been out there enough with Josh and feel like there's somebody looking out for us. Whether it's cloud cover or the storm veering off. And there's been some times where I just couldn't believe what happened in front of my eyes. And, you know, that's them, man. That's the fallen watching over us, guiding us. I feel that brotherhood escort.
I did notice that even though this kind of sucks a lot, I just keep getting like more fired up to keep crushing.
Yeah, in a weird fucked up way.
Like the more it sucks,
I feel you.
the more I just want to go, you know, because
That's all there is to do.
like the boys can't have a suck anymore, you know.
They still can't do this.
They can't embrace the suck, so I'll take the suck. I'll take their share.
Fucking so
And that's why we'll fucking keep going all the way down there.
I'm super jacked up, man.
Woo! 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 For the boys.
Woo! Look at that snow!
Yeah, bro.
The higher we go, the better we feel today. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, buddy. Fucking stoked to be up here with you two.
Yeah, brother.
Oh my god, it's insane!
Yeah. We walked out of the mountains last night. Sand dunes are right over there. But the whole way down here, there's mountain lion shit all over the trail. They probably came and sniffed us and were like, whoa, those guys are dead already.
After you lose somebody, a friend, you know, somebody you lost in life, in war, whatever it is, you'll always have a yearning for them. One last cheers, one last hug, anything. I recognized that I loved my friends so much that years after they were gone, I decided to ski traverse an entire mountain range just so I could feel a stronger connection to them. And as I'm looking around this landscape that I'm in, I know it's a place I want to be, and I wouldn't have been there without them and their impact they had on me. So the feeling just turned into gratitude. Whether gratitude is tangible or not, I don't know. I think I got my answer. It just turned into complete gratitude.
This morning I just can't stop thinking about Adam. And he's just fueling me. I just can't stop pushing as hard as I can. He's that fucking juice. He's what drives me. And if I can keep charging too. Love you, Adam. Love you, bro.
There wasn't really a moment where I thought in my head it was dangerous.
But no, actually, that's a lie. The last day was dangerous. The last day, we hung it out, for sure.
It's fucking great to be alive, man! Woo!
This day, the last day, the culmination of this whole ski traverse just got dangerous.
Woo! Almost there!
For 12 days we've been going on this traverse, and we felt like the brotherhood escort was carrying us through. And on this last day, the most dangerous day, we went across this bowl that could have ripped at any time. It felt like it was really deep. When I popped over the ridge, I just happened to pop onto a little tiny snow bridge traversing left to a super steep couloir. In that instance, I felt kind of protected and watched out for.
Thank you, Adam.
Head up! Stand! Game! Fortune!
If I never would have got it, I would have kept traversing the range to seek out that feeling forever. The feeling just turned into gratitude.
Long live the brotherhood! Woo!
All right, man. Here's for Dave.
Woo! Because of, Josh's twisted, sick idea to go and do this to ourselves, best thing I realized, this is a freedom that my friend died for, that Dave died for, that Adam died for. And how badass is that? I'm so lucky and proud to be alive.
You fucking know it!
Unbelievable. I can't believe that it finished like that. Wow. Dude.
Wow, man. And of course, when we come down, the Sangres give us some sunshine, some rays.
And now the sun comes out.
Of course!
Of course, now the sun comes out.
What happened to your board?
Well, that's another story. But I still skied the couloir.
I don't think I'm looking for it anymore. I don't think I'm gonna come up with a way to fucking punish myself to find out what a feeling is. But just because I found out what that rocket fuel was and where it's coming from doesn't mean I'm gonna put out the fire. I'm gonna keep stoking the flames.
Oh my God, I can't believe it's over! Holy shit, it's done! It's fucking over!
No, but seriously, holy shit, we're fucking rolling out of the mountains after 13 days.
13 days. Getting after it.
Dude.
Getting more than some.
We ski traversed the Sangre de
crystal range.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Dude, we're badass. Now we're gonna go to Alamosa and fucking crush some Taco Bell.
Fuck food up.
Do you think they have hot dogs at Walmart there?
I don't know, man, but I'll eat whatever.
Hey everybody, I'm John Andrasik from the band Five for Fighting. Just want to send out a special thank you to all our troops, veterans, military families. Every day is Memorial Day. We love you. Without you, our freedoms don't exist. And I'd like to play a little song that recognizes heroes just like you. Thanks. Happy Memorial Day. We love you. Thank you.
Hey y'all, Scooter Brown here from Scooter Brown Band, and it's my pleasure and honor to be with you on Salute Across America today for Memorial Day weekend. I'm a combat veteran Marine, so I mean it from the bottom of my heart. This is all about the ones we didn't get to bring home and have fought and given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. I wrote this song back in 2012. A fellow by the name of Chris Kyle helped me out with this song, and normally I'd send it out to him every night that I played this song, but tonight it goes out to all of our military men and women that have served our country in combat, and to all the ones who have paid the ultimate sacrifice with their life. This is called Valor. Forged in blood, baptized in fire, hearts of saints, courage of lions. Some gave it all in the final hour. All died too young, but all fought with valor. Fight for country, fight for God, fight to honor heroes lost. Brothers in arms will always be. I fought for you, and you died for me. And let freedom ring. Hear the angels sing. Let their voices raise up the highest tower that we all fought with valor. Land of the free, 'cause of the brave, never quit the price we paid. Some gave it all in the final hour. Never forget it all fought with valor. And let freedom ring. Hear the angels sing. Let their voices raise up the highest tower that we all fought without. Forged in blood, baptized in fire, hearts of saints, courage of lions, heroes and legends, they'll never die. Stories of valor, keep them alive, and let freedom ring. Hear the angels sing. Let their voices raise up the highest of the twin towers. Yeah, that we all fought with valor. Yeah, we all fought with valor. Yeah, we all fought with valor. Happy Memorial Day.
And now, it's time for Salute Across America with your host, John Brinkus.
Hey everybody, John Brinkus here. Thanks so much for joining Salute Across America. Now the origin of the show is unlike anything I've ever been a part of. It's a unique time we're living in, to say the least. I mean, businesses are hurting, charities are struggling to raise money, and things are just different. Now, you and I have been staying home, quarantining, we've been sort of changing our lives. But our military, they just keep marching on. And while we feel inconvenienced to stay 6 feet away from each other, that kind of sacrifice isn't even in the same league as being willing to give up your life to be buried 6 feet under in order to protect our country. Now, because of that contrast, on this Memorial Day, it feels especially important to honor the men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice. So we had the idea to round up some of the best businesses and charities from all over the country that are founded and run by veterans to come together for a one-of-a-kind event. Salute Across America. We have more than 40 military businesses and charities that have all joined forces to raise awareness for each other and to honor their fallen brothers and sisters. Now, right now, we're streaming this program on almost every partner's social media platform to create the world's largest military network. Now, by banding together, we're streaming to tens of millions of followers, making meaningful connections in this community and far beyond. And that's what we need right now, to be connected. So for the next hours, you and I, we're going to be hearing from these incredible organizations. And some of them you may know, and some of them might be brand new to you. All we ask is that if you're moved to donate to one of these military charities or to find out more from one of these featured businesses, scan the QR code that you'll see pop up on the screen throughout the show, or just go to saluteacrossamerica.com. Now, bringing together these organizations was a Herculean effort that wouldn't have been possible without one key person, and she's joining us right now. Veteran and author of The Frontline Generation, Marjorie K. Eastman. Marjorie, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thanks to technology.
I know. Thanks to technology, you know. Marjorie, listen, your connections in the military space are just unbelievable. And when I reached out to you to contact you about pulling together all these organizations, what was really your thinking?
Well, I just thought, first of all, why is someone from ESPN calling me? I know I played volleyball many, many years ago and basketball, but I was like, what's going on? But I knew John with Killcliff, and he's the one that really put us together. And what Killcliff does, they're one example of many, and that's been part of what I've been a part of for the military family, is just making sure our community is recognized for how we're a positive force in our culture and our economy.
That's awesome. Now, Marjorie, in terms of your connection in the military world, I mean, it seems like you just know absolutely everyone. How did that come about?
Well, I guess I should preface it with the fact that I was an intel officer in the military. So it was my job to know people and to make connections and to build relationships. But it really began for me, when I got out of the military, I was just a veteran and I was doing my thing. And I had a life experience that really pushed me to write a book. And so when my book came out, The Frontline Generation, that really thrust me into a place where I could talk about our community in a positive way.
That's awesome. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to bring in my co-host, who is a former Marine and current WWE superstar, Lacey Evans. Lacey, are you there?
I'm here.
You are here. And where are you coming from today?
Parris Island, South Carolina.
So on this Saturday morning, thank you so much for joining us. And I wanted you to put something in perspective for us, Lacey. You know, how incredible is it to be in the military and to reflect back even on Memorial Day?
I mean, it's incredible. You know, the things that the military go through, the things that their families go through is difficult across the board, regardless if they had given the ultimate sacrifice or not. I mean, and we need to stand together. We need to be there for each other and remind each other what exactly not only our veterans go through, given the ultimate sacrifice and their families, you know, like she said, it's Marjorie said, it's a community. You know, we're out there doing the best that we can every single day and fighting these battles. And there's so many on Memorial Day that needs to be remembered. And I feel like it's awesome that we're all working together because, you know, while they may be gone, and I'm going to say this, their families are still here, their kids, their wives, their husbands, and they're hurting. And it's just important to make it to where they are remembered. You know, they did everything. Literally, they have given everything for this country, and people like us need to remind the world what exactly Memorial Day is for, and get the community, like she said, highlighted and pushed out there to get the help needed, and with mental health and everything in between. So it's just incredible to use my platform and be here right now in front of all of you to make sure that they are remembered like they should be.
All right. Well, it's time to get things rolling. First, we're going to hear with an incredible rendition of God Bless America from Broadway star Carrie Manolakis. Let's roll this. It's unbelievable.
Hi, my name is Manolakis, and I'd just like to take a moment to honor those who have served our nation and are no longer with us, as well as say thank you for your service to those who are watching today. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Wow. That was unbelievable. Now, Carrie, I got in touch with her actually because my friend Eric, the trainer, who's out in Hollywood, he knows everybody. I called him and I said, look, I want to have an incredible singer. Who do you know? He said, hey, he's Carrie. And you might know Carrie from the viral hit Creep by Radiohead. You know, it's got millions and millions of hits. She's just unbelievable. What'd you think about that, Marjorie?
You saw me wiping my eyes. You see, when you're in the military, you got to be, really focused and information. You don't, tear up for moments like that. But I mean, it's just so powerful. It hits you to your core. What a beautiful voice and a beautiful rendition of that precious song.
She's unbelievable, and she's a huge star on Broadway, and she's, in The Greatest Showman. And I said to her, listen, I have to apologize because when I had her on my text, I didn't know who she was immediately. I'm like, you're just friends with Eric, and I really appreciate Eric, the trainer, for connecting us on this. It's time for us now we needed an incredible rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, and there's nobody better, there's nobody more American than our next guest, who's going to play us an unbelievable rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, and that is Mr. Ted Nugent. Ted, are you there?
I am here. I'm here full time, and God bless all of you. I'm so proud to share this electronic campfire with you all. Thank you, Marjorie, and thank you, Macy, and thank you, all the vets and their families. If I have a spirit and attitude, it's because I've been humbled and just honored to spend time with the military heroes all my life. And the campfires that I share with them give me my spirit, which is why my American dream burns brightly. So, John, God bless America.
That's awesome. All right, Ted, well, what do you got for us?
Well, I got a little attitude. I got a little piss and vinegar. I got a little freedom. I have a huge
Woo!
I feel that every day of my life. So a big salute to my friends who have helped me, the American Marcus Luttrell and Rob O'Neill and Gary O'Neill and the great Marine hero up in the Upper Peninsula, Bob Blevins. These guys have shared stories with me that make me realize and promote that freedom is not free. And when I stood on that tarmac in Fallujah in 2004 and saluted all those flag-draped coffins, I lived my American dream to the best of my ability every day because they charged into battle and gave their lives so we can go fishing and hunting and own property and have a Second Amendment. So God bless the heroes, because freedom is not free. And the Nugent family celebrates Memorial Day and Veterans Day and Independence Day every damn day, and everybody else should too. God bless you guys.
Ted Nugent, thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you on the show. And you know, I've become fast friends. When I called and told you what we were doing, you just jumped right on this, volunteered your time. We've had so many conversations. You've helped us connect with so many businesses. Cannot tell you how much I admire you, and thank you for being such an incredible patriot.
Well, John, we work with dozens of military charities. In fact, if you wonder where this attitude comes from, we've got Chuck Norris Water that is a military charity where the proceeds go to the heroes and their families. So even our water is a military charity. But we, by the way, everybody I know, my band, my crew, my wife, my kids, my brothers, my sister, everybody I know, my neighbors, my farmers, my ranchers, the cops, the first responders, everybody I know prays for the heroes and their families every day. But Memorial Day is something we should take to work and play 365. And that, you know, I'm an old 72 Detroit guitar player. That's why I smile a lot, because I get to hang out with these guys who are superhuman beings. So today is their day and their family's day too.
Well, Ted, thank you so much. So the mission of today with Salute Across America is to bring attention to so many different military businesses and charities. And I want to cue up our very first one. Marjorie, we're going to be looking at Kryptek with Butch Whiting. Tell me about the history of Kryptek that you know.
Well, what I know about all these businesses and charities that we have on the show today is that it's about a veteran who came home and realized the front line was here at home too. And they didn't stop fighting and serving and looking to their left and looking to their right. And that's the story, and that's how we should set the tone for the day.
All righty. Well, let's take a look at our first featured company. This is Butch Whiting with Kryptek. All right, joining us now is one of the co-founders of Kryptek, Butch Whiting. Thank you so much for joining us.
Glad to be here.
All right, so for those who aren't familiar with Kryptek, give us the quick education on it, because it's an incredible company.
It's a company that has a large landscape. So our slogan's battlefield to backcountry, and that's truly the essence of who we are as a brand and also as individuals. We have programs that we do on the tactical side and the military side. We have programs with U.S. Special Operations, and then also we're deeply entrenched into the hunting side, and we do everything in between as well, lifestyle. So it's a pretty broad landscape, but a bunch of former soldiers that loved to hunt, that came up with an idea about how cool would it be to be in the outdoor industry, and it went from a concept and idea into a hobby phase for a number of years, has now come to fruition. And when guys are around bored in between doing missions, their minds start to wander, and ours was wandering and daydreaming about being in the outdoor industry. And those war game sessions and imagination sessions became reality for us. So,
give me your perspective on Memorial Day. What does it really mean to you?
Memorial Day, for me, isn't really about my personal service or the service of even the others that are in Kryptek. It's more about our nation as a whole, and generations and generations that have sacrificed so that we're able to live in the freedoms that we live in now. I don't reflect on my personal combat experience. I reflect on my grandfather's combat experience, and I reflect on, those generations that set the conditions for us to be able to enjoy what we're doing now.
What's the best way that our audience can support you guys?
The best way to support us would be to wear our gear, to purchase our gear from our website, kryptek.com, KRYPTEK.com. We have really super broad spectrum that I think touches, whatever you're into. If you're into the outdoors, we've got a product for you. And then we've got the hardcore, like if you're kicking indoors, we've got the most premier tactical gear, uniforms that have been designed with a lot of input from the world's most elite warriors.
Butch, I can't thank you enough for taking time today to join us. Your company is incredible. We will do everything we can to support it. We are asking everyone if they would be willing to just give us a nice military salute to the fallen, to the brave men and women who have given their lives to protect our freedom. Would you be willing to give us a quick salute?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Thank you so much, Butch. Listen, have a great Memorial Day weekend. We really appreciate all your thoughts and your positive energy, and we will support you as much as we can.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Just an incredible company. When we reached out to all of these companies and said, look, we want to band together and have an incredible stream to raise awareness. I mean, Kryptek was right there. Butch was, calling right away. Marjorie, I know that you have a long relationship with Butch. Tell us a little bit about how incredible of a company they are.
Well, it's just another testament to all the veterans that are coming home and really trying to do something meaningful. And it speaks to what Butch is all about. When he served in the military, he didn't have a prior job. He took an oath, which is a promise. And that is so powerful. So that's the caliber, and that's the quality of what you get from veterans and their families. They take this oath, they make a promise, and we're promise keepers. And so you see that. So for me, that makes me all the more inclined to want to buy his hunting gear when I go hunting with my husband.
Yeah. Hey, Lacey, how badass is Kryptek?
Lord, I'm looking right now. They even have a discount right now for Memorial Day for everybody across the board. With me, I love hunting, but let's pretend you don't. Prior military coming out, like she said, that's a transition. And the fact that they're geared, and that would intrigue me the most. I was prior SRT, so I was on the SWAT team. And that the way the gear was made is so important. So not only is it good for hunting, but it's made for situations like that by the people that know what's needed the most. Like he said, whether you're kicking doors down or taking a shot, to feed your family, this gear, it just sounds incredible. So personally, I'm going to go grab a few items myself because Lord knows I can use them.
Absolutely. Want to make sure everybody heads over to Kryptek.com. Please support them. Obviously, not only this weekend, but throughout the year. They're just an unbelievable company. All right, so moving right along, we're going to feature another company that actually I know very well. That's called Killcliff, the clean energy drink. Now, I've done a lot of work with Killcliff, came on as the CMO to help them with marketing because I really believe in the product. It's addressing a real issue. Energy drinks are full of sugar and tons of synthetic ingredients, and Killcliff is a clean energy drink developed by a Navy SEAL. So we're going to take a look at Killcliff, and we're going to follow it up with a piece from one of our good friends, Rob Riggle. But before we get to that, Marjorie, you have a much longer history with Killcliff than I do. Talk to me about your relationship with Killcliff.
Yeah, so it was a few years ago. I was in Atlanta with an organization called Bunker Labs, which really rallies and pulls veterans together who are starting businesses and charities. And that's when I met John, the president. And he was also on the same SEAL team as the founder. And just the way he communicated his passion for the product and how it would be helpful to not just, elite athletes, but all people who want a natural drink and something that is good for you. It just made sense. And so it's hands down my favorite. And I think everyone is going to enjoy this video.
Awesome. All right. So we're going to take a look at Killcliff. One of the things that they do as a company that's incredible is they take military veterans on experiences. So that's one of the things that you're going to see. Let's roll Killcliff and go into Rob Riggle.
Partner with a company called Military Mobility. Military Mobility is started by some Navy SEALs, and we put together an experience a couple times a year, and we do it for people in the Navy SEAL Foundation, fundraisers for Navy SEAL Foundation.
We went out to the backcountry in the Wasatch State Park, got on snowmobiles. Everyone's given a role, everybody's given a responsibility, and they're getting rocking and rolling. So all of a sudden, guys are navigating now in the snow. There's heavy consequences on where we're going, avalanche dangers. On this particular trip, we were focusing on recovery. Each time we would hit a waypoint, everyone, the collective, would come in. We would take a pause.
This one goes out to Captain Bill Shepard.
Naval Chief, Special Warfare Operator Mark Carter.
Gunner's Mate, Second Class, Danny Beats.
This is Lieutenant Michael Thornton.
We would recover the memory of a fallen or successful SEAL.
The moment you transition out from service and there's this gap where it's just extremely lonely and you kind of spend a lot of time trying to figure out who you are as an individual.
I had a very good friend. He said, you have to be careful about making your identity something that can be taken away from you. And if you attach too much of yourself to that, you're going to lose yourself. So if you can keep your identity and make your identity something that's not going to be taken away from you, no matter what your experience is in life, you're going to be better off for it and kind of be flatter across the board.
It's been really impactful so far, just in the small teamwork stuff, the time spent talking with people and meeting people, and the experiences that we've had so far have been awesome.
You develop a bond when you're with, a group of guys like this and gals doing something that involves hardship or doing something that involves, a team kind of environment.
We're trying to intentionally do stuff that you see in magazines or movies, or that you just don't, it's not accessible to you in your everyday life. We're trying to give you that experience, and we're trying to give you that experience as a reward for taking your time and sacrificing your time and your energy and your money to help out a community that's near and dear to our heart. I hope that people come away from this first and foremost with an appreciation for the sacrifice that men and women have made for the freedoms we have in America. Number one, that's the most important thing. Second, I want them to come away with an understanding of our gratitude to them for providing support to the community so that we can continue to be awesome and do great things, right? So those are the two big things that I want people to come out of it with. And then if I had to add a third, it's all those great things you get from team building environments like this, right?
All right, Rob Riggle, thank you so much for joining us on Salute Across America.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, so tell me, you have a very unique perspective in that you obviously served in the Marine Corps. You got out and, you and I did a really long podcast where we chronicled your career, and it's just been an amazing trajectory. But tell me what it means to you every Memorial Day to roll around and reflect on not only having served, but also just the men and women who have given the ultimate sacrifice to give us our freedom.
I mean, it's one word for me. It's gratitude. It's all I think about on Memorial Day is a deep, abiding sense of gratitude, because everything that we enjoy has been provided by this country. All the freedoms that I enjoy, all the sense of security. I don't have to live in fear. I don't have to be afraid to speak my mind. I don't have to live in fear of tyranny. These are amazing things that we just take for granted every day. We just feel like, whatever, and you can have, do, or be anything you want to be. And that's not the case everywhere around this globe. So to me, Memorial Day means gratitude, and that's what I think about on that day.
During this kind of crazy period in our country's history, the military just keeps marching on. I mean, there are men and women overseas still fighting the fight, and everyone is still serving. So, Memorial Day seems like it's coming at the perfect time for us to, not only honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice, but to really remind us how the sacrifice has given us a country that's literally, there's no better place on the planet.
I absolutely agree with what you just said. There's always going to be people out there who don't like us, and I can't do anything for them. I just know what my experience has been and what I believe we try to do. Are we perfect? No. Are we trying to improve all the time? Yes. That's better than most.
Right, exactly.
And you're right about the military doesn't get a break. We don't get a timeout. You don't get to pause. You don't get to do any of these things. They still have to keep being vigilant all the time. And I'm so grateful to them that they're out there every day. That's one of the reasons I served, is I wanted to be part of that. I wanted to be part of that heritage that provides the protection and freedom for the rest of our country.
One of the missions of Salute Across America is just to educate people on the proper way to salute. I've asked everyone who's been in the armed forces to show me the correct way, and it's been interesting because not everybody is on the same page of exactly the right way to salute. But can you give us a quick tutorial for here's the proper way to salute?
Well, listen, here's how I salute. I don't know if it's proper because there's always going to be some salty dog out there going, "Oh, what the hell are you doing?" And I don't have time for that. So this is how I do it. I keep my thumb tucked in. You don't go thumb out. Keep the thumb tucked in. Make your hand straight. See how straight that is? It's not like this. Your wrist isn't like this. Your wrist isn't like that. It's not cocked all sideways. It's a straight line. Take your trigger finger and you put it right there to the corner of your eyebrow. Get that thumb out of there. You don't want to see the thumb here. Get the thumb back. See how it's a nice straight? Get that arm 45-degree angle. Get the arm parallel to the deck. Turn the hand in just a little bit. You don't want it to be English. Get it right here. Boom.
Well, listen, Rob, I cannot thank you enough for your time. I know that you're very busy, and I appreciate you taking a moment to reflect on those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and for joining us on Salute Across America.
Absolutely. It's my honor, my pleasure. Thanks, man.
All right. Now, what's pretty incredible about that is when we started this Salute Across America, the first person I called was a friend named Coleman Ruiz, who's a former Navy SEAL. And I said to him, what's the right way to salute? And he literally made a tutorial video of here's exactly the way that you can salute. I want to know from you, Marjorie and Lacey, is there a right way to salute?
Absolutely. What do you think, Lacey?
Absolutely. And I think I'm going to agree with Rob on that one. He was pretty squared away. Definitely don't pop it out. Keep it under. Make sure it's pointed and don't let that thumb fall. Straight arms, no laziness, and make sure you cut it correctly with confidence. I have to go. He did it perfectly.
Absolutely.
Right.
I totally agree. And you know what's so amazing about the salute is, I was prior enlisted and I was an officer. So I saluted officers and then I saluted enlisted. So having that honor of the salute from both sides was such a powerful experience for me. But it gets down to the power of a salute. It's just the ultimate act of respect. It's the ultimate act of, confidence and security. And hey, I've got this. We're moving forward. Let's do this.
Now, there are a lot of people out there when I ask them, okay, how do you salute? They're going to give a little like flicking it out. And no matter how many times I try to explain, this is you can't do it like that. You got to do what Lacey said, and you got to do what Rob said. It's like people just tend to salute. Is there a way to cut some people slack? We're trying to educate everybody, but even today, moving forward, is there a way to cut some people some slack a little bit?
Not at all. Nope.
That's what I keep hearing.
And, I want to say this. There's no room for slack on this because today, this is all about Memorial Day, right? And
yep.
I know I can't speak for Lacey, but the ultimate salute that you'll ever do is a 4-second delayed salute. And you do that to a fallen hero. And so I've had that experience in my life where I have rendered that 4-second delayed salute. And so again, it's that ultimate act of honor and respect. And so our community, the military family, we're pretty serious about it for a reason. So
that's excellent. What's your verdict finally, Lacey?
I definitely have to agree. You don't half-ass it because let me tell you, whoever you're saluting didn't half-ass in order to get that salute. So, and same thing, those who lost their lives. This is a gun club. This is a group of people that either have given the ultimate sacrifice or have signed a dotted line in order to do so and protect those that are doing so. So let me tell you this, if you're going to half-ass it, don't do it at all. With all due respect, don't do it at all.
Wow. I'll tell you what, I will make absolutely positive that I never saluted incorrectly. Now, mind you, in pursuing this, I did check with the ultimate authority, so I am now saluted correctly, so what I'm very proud of. So for those who don't know how to salute, go back. Riggle gave an amazing tutorial. And also, don't forget to support Killcliff. Go to killcliff.com, clean energy drink, unbelievable company. And also check out Rob Riggle. First of all, he's just an amazing patriot. But he supports a ton of charities. So just go to his page and look at all the different charities he supports. And please reach out. He's just a fantastic human being. All right, so moving on. Our next guest, I did a show called Sports Science on ESPN for a very long time, and I got to make some very, very good friends. Felt incredibly fortunate to meet some incredible players, some coaches, and general managers. And we're going to feature two coaches, Dan Quinn from the Atlanta Falcons and Chuck Pagano, who's now the defensive coordinator from the Bears. And you all will recall that Chuck had an incredible public battle with cancer. And inspired so many people. They are two true patriots. I'm very honored that they were willing to participate in Salute Across America. So let's take a look at Dan Quinn and Chuck Pagano. Dan Quinn, coach, how are you doing? How are things down there in Atlanta?
Things in Atlanta are going well, man. It's good to see you, John. And all the team's doing well and family's doing well. So yeah, man, we're doing great.
So try to put in perspective for us. You obviously work in a career where there's a tremendous amount of sacrifice. But in terms of the sacrifice that our men and women are making to lay down their lives to protect our freedom, talk to me about how incredible it is to be an American at this time.
Well, I'd say, you may have heard me say this before, but I think it's important. Our military does team better than anybody in the world. And so we learn so much from them. And so they take team to the highest level, the sacrifices that go into it, the connections that take place from soldier to soldier or sailor to sailor, all the way through. There's so many lessons that we're able to apply in our lives based on what the military does. I love being a part of a team, and nobody has shown us a better example than the men and women of our armed forces.
What does Memorial Day mean to you?
Well, for people that have given the ultimate sacrifice, having a chance to have remembrance for them, but as important, John, are the families. Having a chance to think about them because the families make a big sacrifice too. So on that day and all days, we try to make sure we check in and have remembrance for the families of our fallen soldiers and our fallen heroes, because although our loved ones have passed, there's a lot of people right now that are doing great things and really thriving. I want to make sure we remember them as well.
All right, we're all in the locker room. We're all centered around Coach Quinn. We want to know, how does this all play out? Why are you so confident as our coach that we're all going to be okay?
Well, I think the best is still ahead. And so we know, the old line, this too shall pass. And so there's going to be a time in my world, from the sports side and for other people, on their business side, like, we're going to get back and we're going to get rocking again. And we got some of the best working on plans, day and night to get there. So when that time comes for us to all be connected, and in my world, with football, I can't wait to be a part of that for our country, because the connection between football and the United States is really strong. And so I love seeing fans at games and practices and interactions around town. So I can't wait to help into that next phase when we're ready to get playing again.
All right, with our mission Salute Across America, we like to wrap things up with just a simple salute to the men and women who have fallen to save our freedom. Would you be willing to salute with me?
I absolutely would, John. And so we know that, man, we're all so fortunate. So I'd be more than glad to, from the men and women that I've met on USO tours and in Iraq and in all sorts of places. Keep doing great work, man. We love you and we miss you and we appreciate you. And on this weekend, we especially remember our fallen heroes and their families.
Awesome. Let's give a nice salute to those who have given the ultimate sacrifice.
Right on, brother.
Well, Coach Quinn, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you. Can't wait for this NFL season to start to bring us all together again.
You're doing great work, brother. Keep it up.
Chuck, huge honor to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's very humbling, and what an honor.
Now, you are such a special person. You so publicly went through, surviving cancer, and you were such an inspiration to so many people. Tell me, what does it mean to be an American where you are incredibly resilient and able to bounce back from something even as potentially lethal as cancer?
I can't believe it's already been 8 years.
Wow.
I was diagnosed back in 2012, and I have such great appreciation, not only for just the men and women of our military, obviously, the sacrifices that they make, but all the doctors and researchers, nurses, caregivers. I think back to that time, John, when I was diagnosed and going through, 26 days in the hospital, and all the people on the front line right now, the doctors, the nurses, the caregivers. I mean, I just have such great appreciation and admiration, and I got so much, support and encouragement from so many people I knew, but more people that I didn't know. And that's what makes our country so great. I don't know if that happens anywhere else but America. Right. I don't know that I survived that whole ordeal, and I'm so grateful and so thankful for all those people that helped me through those circumstances.
I think a big key right now is for our country and really the whole world to be resilient. And there's no one better to talk about being resilient than you. What is the key to bouncing back?
Faith, belief, grit. Life's going to come. And I always talk to, players all the time, my teams in Indy, going through what we went through in 2012 and being able to come through that fire together. It's about your faith, and it's about family, and it's about a community coming together, for a common cause. And I know this, that, when you first hear those words, you have cancer, you want to sit back and maybe have, why me moment, and maybe throw yourself a little pity party. But then, you think about, I thought about my wife, my daughters, my granddaughters. I signed up for life for that, and they were counting on me to be there, for a long, long time. And so it was right then and there that I made a decision that, I would beat cancer, and I would walk, 2 more daughters down the aisle. Everybody that's going to watch this, John, you have to know that the good Lord gave all of us exactly what you need inside to get through any set of circumstances. And you just have to, you get knocked down, you just have to pick yourself up, you got to dust yourself off, and you got to fight. And you got to keep fighting, and you got to have a great attitude, and you just got to know deep down in your core and your heart that you can win.
Very wise person gave me a piece of advice that was, no matter how bad your situation appears to be, believe it or not, you're one step closer to being out of it. It's like, no matter where you are in the process, you're one step closer to getting out of it. And the idea of things will get better, whether you like it or not. Like, no matter how doom and gloom your brain is and how many tricks you play on yourself that, oh my God, I'm never going to get out of this. The truth is, you will. You're one step closer. And when you have that positive attitude and that idea that positive energy begets positive energy, that's where we really are as a country right now. And that's why bringing together so many great military organizations and shining a light on, the men and women who have had to make real sacrifice, dying to protect our freedom. There's no better time than right now to sit back, reflect on how fortunate we all are to have such an incredible military.
Hey, there's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And again, as long as you don't throw the towel in,
yep,
you don't give up, and you just keep moving forward, one step at a time. We always talk about, people can look at these things as 2 different ways. Is it a sign or is it a test? And if I'm weak-minded, and I want to fall into that, woe is me type of mindset, then I'll say, this is a sign that, things really weren't supposed to happen. They weren't going to work out. I'm not going to get this job. I'm not going to get through my circumstances, whatever. Or if you've got the mindset you just talked about, John, that, hey, okay, this is a test, and we're all being tested right now, and I'm going to pass this. I'm going to pass this test. I don't care what my circumstances are. I don't care what I'm going through. I'm going to pass it, because I'm going to get up every single day, and I'm going to be grateful for today. I'm going to give thanks for today, and I'm going to kick today's butt. And then if I get tomorrow, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get up and I'm going to take full advantage. The Harbaugh brothers, they always say, we're going to attack today with an enthusiasm unbeknownst to mankind. Jim used it when I was with him at the Ravens. John uses it at Michigan. My nephew plays football for Jim at Michigan, and you hear him say that all the time, but it's so true. I used to say, I have to. And now I say, I get to.
Wow.
Because I think, cancer didn't happen to me, it happened for me. And I didn't know that at the time. 8 years down the road now, having this conversation with you, I know why. you know, and we get to, you know, we get to do and live the things that we get to do every single day because of what you just said, because of the men and women that sacrifice their lives, you know, so that we have the very freedom to get up every day and attack every day with everything that we have, and to give back and to serve and have that servanthood mindset.
You know, like you, I am a man of faith, and, you know, faith really gets you through good times and bad times, right? I mean, it's not like you can just be ask, you know, for help and guidance when things are bad. It's, you know, when things are good, it's staying humble and making sure that, you know, you're helping as many people as you can. In terms of that faith, you know, whatever someone's particular religious affiliation is, it seems to me like now is a perfect opportunity to reconnect with how faithful are you? How dependent are you on the collective energy of the universe and the desire to do good for others?
No, I think that's huge. And I think what you said, as far as, you know, we have a tendency, it's like in sports, when you're doing good, and you're winning, everything's going your way, you have a chance to get, you know, a little bit complacent maybe and take your foot off the gas and kind of think, you know, wow, this is pretty easy, you know, and you take things for granted. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get knocked off your high horse, you know, and it's the same thing that you're saying, John, is like, you know, in good times, I think that humility, I think having a heart filled with gratitude for all that we have, is amazing, you know. And so it's not just in circumstances and times like we're dealing with now. And I feel how blessed I am to have my job, have a paycheck. And I know there's millions of people out there now that are struggling. You know, our thoughts and prayers are with them every day. But I just think that, you know, I always go back to the saying, you know, faith is believing in what you can't see, and the reward for believing is that you'll get to see it, you know. And and together, you know, we'll pull ourselves through this as a community, as a country. Together, we'll do that.
For you, what does Memorial Day mean?
It's just a time to, you know, sit back and reflect and remember all those, you know, who served, all those who sacrificed their lives, so that, you know, we can enjoy the very freedom that we have. You know, this is the greatest country in the world, and you know, it's just a time to reflect and you know, think about all those people, men and women, you know, gave their lives so that the opportunities that we have, that I've been afforded, you know. So I just think back to, you know, my uncle served in Vietnam, my Uncle Joe. I was blessed and fortunate, you know, just being in the National Football League, John, and the salute to service and the military people that I've met. I've been on 2 tours because of the job that I had. I did a USO tour over in Tokyo in Japan, and went around the world with Admiral Winfield, Andrew Luck, and a bunch of players were with us. And, you know, I was on the DMZ, standing right on that line, you know, between North and South Korea, and just amazing opportunities to meet some amazing people.
You have lived all over this beautiful country, and I know one of the states I believe that you had a stop in was Wyoming. Can you talk to us about the beauty of Wyoming?
Yeah, it's where I went to college in Laramie, and spent you know, 4 great years there. It is beautiful, and you know, if you're not a believer, you know, and you don't have a strong faith, just go visit the Grand Tetons. You know, go to Jackson Hole, go to Yellowstone, go there and visit that place and see the beauty of just those mountains and that landscape out there. And it's pretty amazing landscape.
Chuck, we are asking all of our participants to salute our men and women who have fallen to protect our freedom, to sort of complete the salute across America. Would you be willing to give a salute, a nice proper salute to our fallen who have protected us?
Absolutely. Can you see me?
I can.
I'm so grateful and thankful for all the men and women that protect our country, that have given and sacrificed so much for us so that we can live the lives that we lead. Thank you so much. I salute you.
Chuck, you are an incredible human being. I cannot thank you enough for taking the time on this early Saturday morning. We will all be rooting for you. As you know, we are all still Chuck strong. That is for certain.
That means a lot. Thanks for having me, John. Appreciate it.
Wow, that was some powerful stuff. I want to know, Lacey and Marjorie, first of all, what'd you think about that salute?
Amazing. I mean, Lacey and I think at the same time we leaned forward and we were breathing like, oh, because he stood up. He stood up to render that salute. And, we were joking earlier about foot forward, you got to get it right. It's all about intent. And that salute came from his heart. Amen. Thank you. It was beautiful.
Amen.
Yes.
Lacey, what did you think of that?
I mean, the minute he stood up, you got me, because when you asked me about the salute, I thought it was just showing our military and our civilians and, just the proper way as far as form goes. And then it was for Memorial Day. And so you got me, because I didn't stand up for my salute because I thought it was just to show the proper, hand form. And then it occurred to me afterwards, after I cut my salute, that it was actually for our military and for what they've done. And the fact that he jumped up immediately, I mean, like Marjorie said, me and her, we looked at each other, we were like, hell yeah, like that you can tell that came from his heart. So good on him. We loved it.
That's awesome. I had when I told you I have the opportunity to meet with so many amazing athletes and coaches. I mean, honestly, Dan Quinn and Chuck Pagano are two, just when people go, God, they're the nicest guys. I mean, Dan is such a nice guy, and he's he wants to get the best out of you, and he gets the best out of his players and his family and his friends. And Chuck, when he was going through his cancer so publicly, I mean, we all were Chuck strong, and it seems like it's just reverberating even today.
Right. Incredible. Well, that's leadership. That's leadership.
It absolutely is. Marjorie, I wanted you just to share with me for a moment. Give me the similarities between professional sports and the military. And Lacey, I want also you to sort of address that.
Yeah, Lacey's probably the expert on this, and she's a professional athlete today, and she's also served in our armed forces. But what I would say is the similarities. You have the tenacity to work for something, and you know how to be disciplined and focused, and it's about the team. It's about the person to your left and to your right. I hear people all the time, especially in the business sector, they talk about, I want to hire athletes and veterans, because there's just, your reputation precedes you on how you are tied in and how you're going to walk in this world.
Right. Yeah. And just to go off that point, I mean, it's the way that you carry yourself, and I'd say, people ask me all the time, what traits did I bring from being active duty into WWE, into being a sports entertainer? And it's that discipline. It's that initiative. That's the ability to adapt and overcome. And because you're put in situations as an athlete all the time that you have to make quick decisions. You have to be ready for anything, especially on a large platform. And the military definitely makes sure you are ready to stand confident and get the job done with your brothers and sisters beside you, whether they're military or not. And I think because that was instilled in me so deeply, it makes me better as a team member. It makes me better for an employee. And because I'm ready. I'm always ready. You tell me what needs to be done and I'll get it done. Yeah. You just tell me what time you need it done. You know,
incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. So little did I know that Ted Nugent was able to stick around. Ted, I know that you were just watching that. Give me your thoughts on Chuck and Dan.
Well, my American dream comes to fruition because my entire gift from God radar is like a sponge. And every day of my life, I sponge that spirit. And I'm just a goofy guitar player. But John and everybody, if I'm worth jack squat, it's because my dad was a U.S. Army cavalry drill sergeant, World War II in Korea. My brother Jeff served in the United States Army during Vietnam. And way back in the 60s, the heroes of Vietnam, and in fact, the word humble doesn't quite cut it because I shared a campfire with a survivor of the Bataan Death March. I shared a campfire at one of our hunting trips who actually asked to go hunting with me, who was on Omaha Beach. And like I said, I was in Fallujah in 2004 when the Marines were in one of the worst fights of their lives. And I think that warrior spirit is in all of our souls. It's just that some execute it and perfect it. Like Macy was saying, even guitar players can improvise, adapt, and overcome. In Okinawa a couple years ago, they claimed that I was Chesty Puller with a guitar. So even though I'm just a guitar player, some of that warrior spirit and the wisdom that we're witnessing and absorbing here today is beneficial to everybody, whether you're a rancher, or a farmer, or a cop, or a teacher, or a guitar player, or a welder. That warrior spirit is the DNA of America, who defied King George at Concord Bridge. And again, I witness that man in the arena every day, and that's the wisdom that we're sharing here today. And I know that everybody listening gets it. There's a certain colloquialism in the American verbiage of the man in the arena, where you're going to take a risk and you're going to make sacrifices. You're going to stumble, but you get back up and you kick maximum ass to provide for your family and to be an asset for your community, your neighborhood, your country, the good earth as hunters, fishermen, and conservationists. And those are the intellect expansions that I've been able to sponge in my life because of the hunting campfires where the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the U.S. Army, all these great warriors have hung out with the old guitar player, and it rubs off. And I think a lot of people are getting that rubbing off of that spirit warrior that we're celebrating today. Because if it wasn't for the blood and guts of those that sacrificed everything, there would be no American dream. So I may not be official, but I salute every day, and I do my damnedest to be a warrior in my own family and neighborhood to give back to those who sacrifice so that I can.
Awesome. Well, you want to talk about the man in the arena. You want to talk about being willing to stand in harm's way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest who just dropped in as a surprise, and I cannot tell you how honored we are to have him. Omar Crispy Avila has joined us. Crispy, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks for having me.
So, oh my God, I cannot tell you how excited we are, especially John Timar from Killcliff he's jumping up and down right now. You are such an inspiration. Crispy, for those who don't know your story, quickly recap it because you can do it more justice than I can, but you are truly an inspiration.
Thank you. I joined the military in 2004, went on a deployment in 2006, 2008, 2008. Unfortunately, my vehicle was hit with an IED in May 14th of 2007, sustained 75% burns to the body and lost my right leg below the knee. Stayed in the vehicle a little longer than I should have just to get support by fire so my guys can get out. And, that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Well, pretty much, you didn't come out completely unscathed. You obviously you were talk about your injuries and how you came back from it, because you're like Wolverine. Nothing can bring you down.
It was a long road. I think a lot of people see now where I'm at than when I was before. But spent about a year in the hospital, and after 103 surgeries, here I am today. And yeah, I do have 75% burns, and there were 3rd and 4th degree burns, and then kept my leg for 9 years, and then we found cancer traces from the actual IED and all the chemicals and stuff out there. So we decided to amputate so the cancer wouldn't spread, even though it was a local cancer. I felt like it was going to give me a better quality of life, so we ended up amputating it. And then from there, that fighting spirit, that warrior spirit, I guess, that we all carry, and we just you have to dig deep just to find it. And after that, I feel like my time in service to the country was done, but not my communities. And then I started getting involved in other things, and became a power lifter and broke a couple world records, and then got out of that. And hunting is such a big part of my life. It's one of the most therapeutical places, and that's kind of what I do now. I focus a lot on hunting because it's the best therapy, and it's the best pill that I've ever taken that no doctor has ever been able to prescribe to me.
Wow. Crispy, are you able to join us on the other side of a couple other segments featuring some military companies?
Yeah, of course.
All right, we're going to roll on, and we're going to take a look at Grunt Style. Tim Jensen, when we put out the call for Salute Across America, Tim Jensen literally, when I say jumped on the opportunity, he jumped on the opportunity. And he really educated me on Grunt Style, of how incredible of a brand it is. Also, Combat Flip Flops is one of the first people out of the gate. When Ryan Roberts, who's works with us at Killcliff, when we were putting this project together, Ryan was like, "Oh my God, Combat Flip Flops is just an incredible company." And we also have Raul Martinez and George Bell have an incredible company that's going to be featured as well. So let's go ahead and roll those 3 packages, and we'll catch up with Crispy on the other side. Tim Jensen from Grunt Style, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, John. This is great.
So tell us about Grunt Style. How big are you guys, and when did you start?
Certainly. So Grunt Style started in 2009 with Daniel Alaric, a former drill sergeant in the Army. And the idea of Grunt Style came when he was exiting the military, and he wanted to take that idea of camaraderie, fraternity, love of country, and everything that we learned from the military side. And he was pondering, like, how do I take this with me from the military service to the private industry? And came up with creating some really motivating shirts, and started selling that out of the back of his car, and going from installation to installation, getting the brand in front of people, and it's really started growing from there. And then in 2013, he started building a team. From a sales force to the production, fulfillment. It really was building something very vertical. I came on in 2013 and was a part of that. I started folding shirts with the business, and from there, it just started stacking very rapidly. I don't even think hyper growth is an actual term that would be appropriate for the business, because we went from a 5-man team in 2013 to 2 years later, well over 300, and
wow,
really just have connected with our audience in ways that is very authentic, very unique. I think this brand is one of those once in a lifetime type of brands that you see in the marketplace, and it's just been an incredible ride over the last 7 years. Like, never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that the brand would be so big, and getting stopped in the airports, and people just saying, "Hey, you love Grunt Style." And I think what the brand has really done is it's connected veterans in ways that I think is something unique, and it's also brought patriots to the front, and really celebrating what makes this country extraordinary.
So what does Memorial Day mean to you?
Well, that's a great question. As a combat veteran, I served in the Marine Corps, deployed in Iraq in 2004, fought with some of the best men and women that I've ever could have dreamed of. Lost a lot of my friends. and even lost more, when we came back to things like toxic exposure. My colonel had passed away. It's been a year since he died. My XO passed away from brain cancer. A lot of us are suffering from skin cancer and a lot of other different ailments, from the toxic exposure in country. And I think what really makes Memorial Day important to me is one, all my friends that I lost. I feel like they're looking down on me every day. I'm a Christian man. And, everything that I've done in my career post deployment is, I really think that I check every decision I make to say, would Frank, would Nathan, these things that they would be proud of me doing. And I really live my life celebrating my friends that aren't here to really do great things themselves. And we transfer that into our business in many unique ways by the products that we serve, the celebration of that camaraderie and that fraternity. But on Memorial Day, something that we do very special is that while other companies out there are doing mattress sales and all these other big things for a commerce weekend, we don't participate in that. We shut our website down. We don't accept any sales on Memorial Day because that's not what that day is about. And there's no reason for us to do business on that day. We should be celebrating all of our friends and our loved ones and those that came before us that have really paved the way for us to practice a freedom that history has never seen before. And it would have never been done, and we'd never be here today if it wasn't for those extraordinary men and women that made it happen throughout the years. So that's what I think really resonates with me. Again, as a veteran, as a business owner, is that this day is not for sales. It's not for money. It's not for any of that. It's to celebrate the people before us.
Amen to that. You have such a unique story. And you have served our country in so many ways. Do you have a particular memory that really defines America?
I think so. And I think it's going to be, I think my story is a little bit different. And I think it's the spirit of America that really resonates here. And I'll take it back to 2005. Operating in the Triangle of Death in Iraq. We were there during Operation Phantom Fury, the Battle of Fallujah. Our area was deemed very dangerous and violent, and the Iraqi national government was not going to allow elections to happen in the northern Kabul province. Through some good conversation and maybe some Marine force, my colonel, Mark Smith, was able to convince General Mattis to allow voting to happen in our province. When we stood up those polling stations, and there were 3 within our area, and there were roughly over 3 million people in that AO, all those citizens came and they voted, and they stood in lines, and I'm talking mile-long lines. People would walk 10 miles just to participate in that very first election. To hold that finger up with that blue mark and saying, I participated, I'm part of a new generation of democracy. It brought tears to my eye, and it really brought home and there were times during that deployment, like, what are we doing? That moment really settled it in concrete for me, and it really brought a sense of pride to what our country stands for, and what these 17, 18, 19-year-old kids are signing up to do to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to participate in some form of equal government. I was very happy to participate in that.
Tim, I can't thank you enough for joining us, for serving our country, for helping to create an amazing business. It's helping so many people. For all of our guests on Salute Across America, I'm asking them to please salute our troops. You, of course, being a veteran, know the proper way to salute, so I wouldn't dare instruct you. But would you give us a nice salute to honor those who have fallen for our freedom?
I shall. It's been a while. My arm might look a little crooked, but here you go, my friend. John, it was an absolute pleasure.
All right, joining us now is George Bell and Raul Martinez from Fieldcraft Survival. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for having us.
For sure. Thanks for having us.
So first of all, for those who aren't familiar with Fieldcraft Survival, tell us what it is.
Fieldcraft Survival is a more along the lines of a modern day survival company. We teach preparedness, mindset. We have different training courses. We have gear. We have med kits, a variety of other things as well as for teaching. We teach courses for pistol, carbine, a combatives course, and I'll let Raul speak upon the rest of kind of the training aspect of the company.
So we're really just trying to fill in the blanks as far as what people need to be better prepared. So anything from the mindset training just to be more physically active. There's also a lot of the equipment-based training, right? Which would be your guns, vehicles, med stuff, all the little things that people see and want to do, but just didn't have the ability to do it.
What does Memorial Day mean to you guys?
Memorial Day means to me, I mean, I served over 20 years and some change in the Army, and it just means to me is like remembering all the service members, like even like the people I've served with, just remembering the sacrifice that we make. I mean, we may not have, let's see, it's like hard to like put in, there's like so many like feelings and emotions come up during this day, but it's like, you know, you go out and you sacrifice all this time away from your family, away from your friends, and you know, and the guys that make it back are lucky and blessed, but the guys that don't make it back, you know, you want to make sure that their legacy lives on and no one forgets them. And of course, we're not going to let them forget. I mean, like prime example, I mean, I got like one of my best friends, you know, he got killed in Iraq, and it was like one of my first real deaths that I dealt with. So it's like, you know, just a little memorial bracelet just to keep him in your mind, and, you know, things like that really help out. And that's kind of what it means to me, just remembering.
So for me, it's twofold, right? Having celebrated Memorial Day before joining the service and then after, it's pretty cool, right? Seeing it from one end and then what it means after the fact, remembering all the guys that did deploy with you and the guys that didn't make it back. So it's really deep in the sense that you get to look back and be like, hey, I first looked at it as this, you know, just kind of loosely understood holiday here in America, and then having to put yourself on the line and having seen friends put themselves on the line and then give the ultimate sacrifice changed it. So it's a lot more personal now instead of just, you know, the parades and the good old fashioned, you know, family get-togethers, which are great, right? But post-service, it's a lot deeper. It means a lot more.
What's incredible is that you guys have been able to take, you know, your service that you've dedicated to the country and really harness that knowledge to disseminate to the world for those who really want to learn from the best. It's really an unbelievable endeavor that you guys have undertaken. And I cannot tell you how thankful and grateful I am you guys are pressing on doing what you're doing, because God knows the world needs this knowledge right now. What's the best way that our audience can support you?
I would say either just following us on social media and keeping up with what we're doing every day. And if they're able to, definitely come to a class. We offer some free training for law enforcement, for civilians, for everybody. So we have a training calendar up on the website. They can definitely do that if they want to be part of something physically. But even if they're busy and they have things going on, our YouTube channel has a bunch of great information, all this stuff that they can just get for free. And even the comments are hilarious. This is free is one of those comments that we see a lot. And we're like, yeah, the idea is to share the message and the experiences that we've had. Obviously, there is the training side, which requires logistical planning and physical travel. So those do cost a little bit of money, but all the other stuff that we're doing, people can have at it. They can ask questions. I answer questions all the time on my personal account, on the Fieldcraft account. So if people have questions, we have the answers, hopefully the right answer for the individual, because everything changes per person, right?
I mean, it's funny. It's taken some world-changing event for us to realize, God, we're all better together.
Yeah,
right.
Wow. Now there is a lot to unpack there. I wanted to go to you, Marjorie, first. Talk to me about Grunt Style, because Tim is just an incredible guy.
Oh, absolutely incredible human. And you know, one thing that just all of the, you know, different founders and veterans that you just saw there, They get what Memorial Day is all about. You know, for too long, people have thought Memorial Day is just the barbecues or all the sales or go buy a mattress. Not these guys, not these new authentically Americans who are coming home and starting businesses. You know, with Tim and the founder Dan of Grunt Style, Dan, he was actually a drill sergeant, just like Ted's dad. And so, you know, I love, you know, since I served in the Army, you know, their motto mirrors what the motto was for the Army. And it's 3 simple words: this will defend. So that's what it's about. This will defend. And, you know, today and this weekend is about honoring those who defended. And, you know, we saw that small clip with combat flip-flops. You know, the 2 founders with combat flip-flops, Griff and Lee, served in 2nd Ranger Battalion. I mean, these guys and gals, we know what it's about.
Wow. Lacey, talk to me about, look, we just saw 3 very different companies. Is that showing us what the military can do in terms of even fueling the entrepreneurial spirit, but having true discipline in many different fields?
I mean, absolutely. The diversity that you saw between all 3 of those was incredible. And a lot of things that military struggle with, as you know, and as everyone knows, is the transition of coming from active duty to a civilian. And people like this motivate those Marines, those Army, the Navy, everybody in between that is transitioning out and don't know what they're going to do. Well, guess what? Not only if you have a plan, a dream, you can achieve it, but if you're not an entrepreneur like us, there are things out there that we do to make sure that you're not alone. And so it just motivates me to see the diversity of showing what we are capable of. And if that's not your thing and you're dealing with something else, we help spread the word of things you could reach out to get the help needed, mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, career aspect, everything in between. It's motivators like those 3 companies that make sure we point out and highlight, look, you're not alone. You're not suffering alone. You're not scared alone. You're not second guessing what you're capable of alone. We are out here with our big mouth and our company showing you, do not sit there quiet and suffer. We can help you. That's our job.
I'll tell you what, I am glad Lacey Evans is... Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm glad Lacey Evans is on our side. Ted, what do you think about companies we saw, even, you know, especially Fieldcraft Survival?
I'm getting the indication there's a lot of spirit and attitude going on out there. You know, John, I've been a hunter and an outdoorsman, a conservationist my whole life, and you'll notice that a lot of the heroes of the military are referencing that spiritual remedy that is its maximum in the great outdoors. And I think during this pandemic and the subsequent quarantine, more and more people are realizing the healing powers of nature. And I've shared enough campfires with these great heroes of the U.S. military who have sacrificed their legs and their skin and their eyeballs and carried their brother's body out of battle. And a lot of hurt. There's a lot of heartbreak. There's a lot of confusion. Having gone through that trauma. And like I said, I was there in Afghanistan on that tarmac saluting those flag draped coffins, and Toby Keith and I bawled like a couple of children. Wow. So I want to emphasize that discipline that is the higher level of situational awareness in a self-defense mode, in firearms safety and firearms handling, marksmanship, certainly the samurai mystical flight of the arrow in the archery world and the bow hunting lifestyle. When we share campfires with these heroes, John, they have all emotionally shared with me that the great outdoors, the healing powers of nature, is the most effective healing that they've experienced. And God bless the great heroes of the first responders and the doctors and nurses. But there's nothing that cleanses the soul like the great outdoors. In fact, we have Oz and Tonto, the great heroes from Benghazi. We have huntthevote.org. Huntthevote.org is dedicated to galvanizing that conservation outdoor healing celebration to make sure that God, family, country, the Constitution, the freedoms that have been paid for with the ultimate sacrifice, that's the driving force in the communities across this nation. So I'm so moved by this, but I've been doing this since about 1965. So I know you all respect your elders. Christy, right now, if you want the ultimate backstrap campfire, I'm your daddy.
We call it time and grade in the military, and you're owning it. You got this.
Love it. Hey, Crispy, talk to us about the healing power of the outdoors. You said that, nothing brought you more joy than hunting. George and Raul out at Fieldcraft Survival, obviously it seems like that's right up your alley, and it seems like it's a common theme among military vets. What does it feel like to you?
It is. So there's a comparison there, right? So being in combat, sometimes you spend a lot of time by yourself, and it's you and your weapon, against what's out there. And it kind of relates into hunting. It's you in a blind or sitting somewhere, stalking an animal and just waiting for it to come out. And actually, me sitting in a blind or being in the outdoors with my bow or my rifle, it clears everything, right? You get away from emails, cell phones, you get away from all that negative stuff that's going on in the world, and it's just you focused on you. And for me, it's a moment where I get to sit there and I remember the good times, because I think a lot of people seem to focus on the bad times, but I remember the good times that I got to spend with some of my brothers that are no longer here, that died next to me. And I remember, all the pranks, all the jokes, all that great stuff comes back into mind. And at the end of that, if I'm successful in my hunt, I get to bring some meat back to my family, and I get to feed my family and friends. And not only that, I'm being a part of, the conservation, helping these animals be there for generations to come. So yeah, it's a great comparison. And I think that's why hunters and service members, we get along. You come into a hunting camp, and it's just so welcoming. You feel like you're there with people you've known your whole life, and it's just amazing. And that's really, really what I love about the hunting community. Everybody welcomes you with open arms.
Well, that's well said, and I think that's incredible. Want to make sure that we're drawing a lot of attention to Grunt Style Combat Flip-Flops and Fieldcraft Survival. Please check them out. If you're not a hunter, I'm sure somebody who is a hunter. These are just fantastic companies to really pay attention to. I wanted to, Marjorie, I wanted you to talk to us about Mutt Sauce. We're going to see from Charlinda, but you know much more about Mutt Sauce than the average person.
No, you guys are in for a treat. And I promise you, this will be your favorite all-around sauce. You're going to want to put it on everything. Like you said, Charlinda is the founder. She's an Air Force veteran. She serves a long family tradition of being in the Air Force. And her granddad had this secret sauce that he passed down to her when he passed away. And so she had all the ingredients to their family secret sauce from her granddad. And she said, you know what? I need to share this. And so Mutt Sauce it is, and you're going to love this story. She's wonderful.
All right. So we're going to queue up our profile on Mutt Sauce, and we're going to follow that with Nate Boyer, who's the co-founder of an incredible charity called MVP, Merging Vets and Players. It really addresses that issue of transitioning from not only the military, but also professional sports, brings them together, vets and retired athletes, and really helps them through that transition. So let's go ahead and roll our packages on Mutt Sauce and Nate Boyer. Charlinda Scales from Ohio, thank you so much for joining us on Salute Across America.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
All right, now you have this incredible product, Mutt Sauce. Tell our audience about it.
Of course. So Mutt Sauce is an all-purpose tomato-based specialty sauce. We make it right here in Dayton, Ohio. The recipe was in my family since 1956. It was created by my grandfather, Charlie Farrell. As an aircraft technician in the Air Force, his call sign was Mutt. He could blend in anywhere. He made this sauce as problem solving, something that he knew would taste good on everything. I found out that I had inherited the only copy of this recipe after he had passed away, also while I was on active duty in the Air Force myself. So the product line is my dedication of sharing something in my family with your family.
Now, COVID threw a little wrench into the business plan, but it seems like you've been thriving. Tell us about the pivot you had to make.
Sure. So before COVID, I was probably 90% retail, 10% e-commerce. Hadn't really paid attention to e-commerce strategy or knew a lot about how to grow online. COVID changed all that. So we pivoted. We're online at muttsauce.com. You can buy our entire product line there. We've just been looking for ways to give back and also keep up with the times, keep up with what's going on.
Awesome. Now, what does Memorial Day mean to you?
Well, I am a fourth generation military member. My family has served in every single branch except for the Coast Guard, but we're still recruiting. And for me, my heart goes out to the ones that we've lost and that we honor on Memorial Day. Losing my grandfather was probably the most impactful thing in my life. And every year I think about that and all the other men and women that we've lost.
In terms of the craziness that's going on, how do you feel in terms of us just getting out of this? It seems like everyone who I speak to has been involved with the military is very optimistic of like, look, sometimes things are bad and, you just work your way through it.
A common thing throughout America is that in times like this, we come together. And for me, my motto at Mutt Sauce is family is everything. So as you've been in quarantine, we've been focusing on how to bring your family together. You're eating meals together. There's a wonderful time to talk about things that you never had time to talk about, hash out things you never had time to hash out. So we've just kept the focus on the positive, and this is the only chance, and I said this before, this is the only chance that the government will ever give you to sit down and just be with your family. So it's mandatory, as we call the military, mandatory fun. So it's mandatory family time. And if you look at it like that and just, keep the perspective on the positive, we'll make it out of it. But I want us to make it out of it together.
Right. Now, is there a special code or anything you can give to our audience for watching Salute Across America to get a discount on Mutt Sauce?
Sure. Let's go with Salute 20.
Salute 20. All right. Make sure and we should just go to muttsauce.com.
Absolutely. Go to muttsauce.com. We're also running a special right now. We have a new flavor that's a limited time. It's called bourbon, and it's made with real bourbon, not bourbon flavoring, actual bourbon. So you can get bourbon Mutt Sauce also on muttsauce.com.
Awesome. Well, everybody make sure you log on, muttsauce.com. Use the code SALUTE20. Get a discount. Charlinda, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you, and keep on keeping on.
Thank you so much, guys.
Nate Boyer, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, John. Good to be here, bro.
All right, where are you today? Where are you in the world?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Tell me, I know California's been going through some tough times, but tell me your
Everybody
favorite
is.
about California.
Hey, everybody's going through tough times right now, and it's like, yes, there's restrictions, there's all the stuff we're not accustomed to that's tough, that's challenging, but there's still plenty to do. There's plenty to help out with. There's plenty of ways to serve, and the weather's great. The weather's always great here. You can't complain about that. So things have been worse, not just in my world, I think in everybody's world. We just got to maintain that perspective, understand this is only temporary, and it's longer than we, of course, no one planned for it, but longer than we hoped for, but it will pass. We just got to stay positive and keep reaching out to our brothers and sisters in the communities, and none of this has any impact on how we are as a person, on how we treat our neighbor. That's all up to us.
Talk to me about the incredible work that you guys are doing with MVP.
I was in the military. I was in the Army Special Forces for a total of about 10 years, about half that on active duty and half in the Texas National Guard while I was back playing football at the University of Texas. So I walked onto the team when I was 29 years old and played college ball. I hadn't Hadn't played football before that growing up, so that was probably the biggest challenge of the whole deal. But it was always a dream of mine. I loved the game, and I was able to find a spot on the squad, and then eventually, earned the long snapping position, and then had a brief stint with the Seattle Seahawks. And then when that was over, it was about the same time I was done with all my military service, and so I was transitioning out of both of these very different worlds. The football world, the military world. Two things that a lot of people maybe don't draw comparisons to and don't see a ton in common with, except for maybe work ethic, But the reality was for me that, the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the purpose, the identity, like with that uniform, and then feeling like maybe I'll never do anything as cool or as important as I did before. And, I'm in my 30s and I feel like I've peaked. That's very similar for both those groups. And so, that's how MVP was born. Just that concept, that idea of like what do we have in common? How can we help each other through these struggles? Because both of those groups, military members, former professional athletes, they have that commonality in sacrificing so much to be elite, and then when you're still relatively young, it's over, and you got to move on and you got to find something else in your life. But to get these warriors really in a room together, and we train for about an hour, and then we'll hang out on the wrestling mats and we'll just talk about all of our stuff, good stuff too. And just to hear the stories of like how proud some of these athletes were to know that people were over there fighting for their freedoms while they're, back home able to play the games that they love, and they're playing for these big crowds of people and the freedoms we enjoy. And then the veterans overseas are like, yeah, I'm one of those examples. Football got me through a deployment, literally. So watching games, these guys are my heroes. So we have that mutual respect between the two groups, and it's all about building the community and not letting anybody isolate.
I really want our audience to know how to support MVP. What's the best way they can?
Yeah, so first of all, you can go to the website, vetsandplayers.org. That's VETSANDPLAYERS.org. If you are a former professional athlete or a combat veteran, sign up for our program. We want you to be a part of our program. And otherwise, support needed. Like any great organization, we do need money to operate. And we hire veterans in every city that we open up. And so this is a chance, if you have it, to give. To give to a great organization that is dedicated to, every week bringing these groups together, keeping these people together, building that community, that camaraderie again, and, finding that new identity and team. So that's the best way you could help us.
What are your words of wisdom to our audience today as to why everything is going to be okay?
Words of wisdom, man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. There's a lot you could say, but everybody's been through something in their life, something challenging, something difficult, right? And if you continue to take the focus off yourself, right, and you put your focus on other people, on other people's struggles, other people's pain, because no matter how bad things are right now, somebody's got it worse, I guarantee it. And if you continue to do that and just not focus inward but focus outward, the days pass quicker. I know, on a deployment, if it's all about how can I be a better soldier, how can I help the man on my left and right, what else can I do on a daily basis to make a difference in this area that's a pretty tough area to be, that deployment starts to pass. It goes by faster, and you're happier. You become a better person, you feel better about yourself. So I see this as an opportunity to fix those things within all of us that we want to change, because we all have something. I wish I was better at that. We'll make a New Year's resolution and it'll fall apart, right? So take this time. This is that opportunity to do that. What do you need to clean up in your life, and what do you want to do to make things, to improve your quality of life, but also to make things in your community and in your family better? This is that chance.
Thank you for starting up MVP. I look forward to staying in touch with you, and God bless.
God bless you, and God bless America, John.
I will tell you what, Mutt Sauce is unbelievable, but also this MVP charity is something really special. And to be honest with you, in terms of all the charities that I've had the opportunity to come in contact with, I am just so blown away by the work that MVP has done. And we are incredibly fortunate right now to be joined by the man, the myth, the legend that you just saw, Nate Boyer. Nate, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. When I contacted you to tell you about the mission for Salute Across America, I mean, you jumped on it, gave your time, gave your energy. You said, look, I'll do a pre-recorded segment. I'll come on live. Why did you jump at this opportunity so much?
Well, I mean, I think it's a really important time. It's a really important weekend, obviously being Memorial Day on Monday. And with everything we've got going on, as it often happens, we sort of forget. We forget about the freedoms that we have and why. And I know it's a tough time, and I know we're all trying to transition through this and adjust and, survive, adapt, overcome, all those things we talk about. But it's still an important holiday, and it's the reason we call it a holiday, because it's meant to be celebrated, and those people are meant to be celebrated, And so like that, just the fact that you were thoughtful enough to come up with this concept and say, hey, look, let's do something using the same strategies a lot of people are using during this COVID time, like doing something virtually like this to really show our love and support for the country and the men and women that paid the ultimate sacrifice. Like I gotta be on board for that. Come on now. I didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. And the idea about transitioning is one that Lacey, you really spoke about it earlier. Talk to me about the importance of being able to transition from one career to another, especially when that career is military.
First, I'm going to throw the word out, scary. Nate said something that triggered me is when you go from having a certain title or feeling a certain way about yourself, you have a rank, you have a position, you have an importance, and then getting out, and what do you go from there? You have to pick something you're good at and something that motivates you, because active duty service members, the things that we do and the things that we say and we're trained to do, we take pride in that. So me being the only female on a SWAT team, SRT, what am I supposed to do now? So I chose WWE, being a sports entertainer, in order to use my platform to continue that motivation, that drive, that discipline, the initiative, and being uncomfortable, because, I'm sure most military will agree, we like to be uncomfortable. We feed off that to be able to adapt and put ourselves in situations that make us say, oof, what the hell did I get myself into? That feeling that comes from that motivates us. So going from the transition from being a military active duty into civilian sector, where are we going to find that at? So I love this merging, this MVP, what you're doing is incredible, because that helps that transition and that mindset of people, because I'm going to go back to that word scary. It can be scary, and it could almost be overwhelming and question, what am I going to do? Who am I going to be now? And that's something that people like Nate help you realize you freaking can still kick ass and take names and have that same feeling of that adaptability and that motivation. And you just got to get your head up and look for programs like that. Contact Nate and freaking let him help you out. You know what I mean?
It's truly amazing. Nate, you're doing such a service. Crispy, when you see, people going into MVP and charities like MVP that help soldiers transition. What goes through your mind in terms of the good that they're doing in the world? Because it's such a bright spotlight and such a positive thing.
I mean, the first thing that comes into mind is I wish I was there when I came out, So when I went through my injuries, it was fairly new. It was fairly new into what everything happened. This is back in 2007. So we didn't have programs established like this where, you get two people from two different worlds, bring them together, and actually show them how to move forward and how to overcome and just find, like some of the ladies have mentioned, find your calling, find what you want to do, what you're good at, and then move forward. And I think if I would have had a little leadership on that part when I was going through my transition, that would have made it a lot easier.
That's awesome. I want to, I know that Nate, you've taken time to be with us live right now. I want you to cover for us, what is the best way for us to really support someone who's going through a transition?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways, but I think it's really important to, we always talk about, you got to just be there for them and listen to them. But at the same time, like, I'm a big tough love person. And sometimes people need to hear, what they need to hear. And sometimes it's not easy, right? So there's a lot of that. I know in the veteran community, there's a big issue with veteran entitlement. It's a real thing, because we got people that are very grateful for us and thank us all the time, right? And that's awesome. And we love that. We appreciate that. We need that. But I mean, that's why we are willing to go do what we do, because of the support back home. But at the same time, like, we need to feel empowered, and we don't need to be enabled to just accept handouts all the time. You know what I mean? We need to be motivated. And so sometimes, I come across a lot of people that are yeah, but people. It's like, oh man, I got this going on and that going on. And you're like, yeah, but what about that? What about this? Like, you got these good things too. And they're like, yeah, but I can't, and it's just like excuses. And I'm like, dude, or lady, or whatever. I'm like, look what you've accomplished. Look what you've survived. Look what you're capable of. Like, look at your background. There's a lot there you have to lean on. All right. Now, like what Macy was talking about, so many of us, like, we run towards a challenge. You know what I mean? Like, we overcame some great things when we were deployed or wherever. We experienced some really tough stuff. But we overcame that. And so, like, you have that grit, determined. It's still there, even though you don't have the uniform anymore, even though you might not have, the team might look different. That's still who you are. You aren't the uniform you wore. You know what I mean? You're the person that sacrificed so much to be elite. And you just got to remember that. And it's the same way with athletes. That's why we like to make that connection. Not because we're comparing war to playing a game. It's not the same. But that locker room, what you have to commit to be great, and then doing everything for the man on your left and right, those are the most successful teams. Same in the military. And so back home, it's like really pushing people to recapture that feeling of capability, and just remember who you are and continue to challenge yourself moving forward. Because if you're not challenging and not challenged, and as Macy said, if you're not uncomfortable in some ways, you're probably not going down the right path if you're a veteran.
Right. So, Uncle Ted, there's something really healing and bonding about a campfire. Do you have, you keep talking about sitting around campfire with, decorated military vets. Do you have a little campfire song or something to help bring us together at this moment?
Well, of course, John, none of my music is a little anything, but I do. And I just like to repeat, happy Memorial Day to everybody out there. It really is an honor to share this. I think this is like an electronic campfire. In fact, I have this custom-made guitar that was made by Heart Springs for Heroes. It's another charity. I have red, white, and blue bows and arrows, red, white, and blue trucks, red, white, and blue guitar picks, red, white, and blue bows and arrows. So this is a song I'll dedicate to Christy and all those spirit of the wild warriors out there, because I just want to go hunting. It makes me feel so good. I just want to go hunting. Try to find me in the woods. I was always different. Nobody understood. I didn't play follow the leader, cause I was always in the woods. They hadn't invented peer pressure yet. Seems I stood alone. But my daddy had a vision, love, family, and a home. But some punks used to laugh at me. They said, I cannot get high, so I just stood my ground. And I watched those goofballs fall and die, cause I just want to go home. It makes me feel so good. I just want to go home. Try to find me in the woods. And it could go on from there, but it gets fired up, and all of a sudden backstraps appear.
That's amazing. Yeah. That's so awesome. How cool is it? We're sitting around with Uncle Ted, listening to a campfire song, all bonding on Memorial Day weekend. It's pretty amazing. Truly.
More campfire friendly here. Here we go. Oh, there it is.
Christy.
Love it. All right. Well, we're going to be moving on right now. Nate's partner in MVP was Jay Glazer. He helped Nate to create MVP. We're going to be looking at Jay Glazer. And also, we had a chance to catch up with Bruce Arians, who's now the coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Had a little bit of a quiet offseason. Not much happened. I've got, I think I can find him a quarterback or a tight end. He might need one. But let's go ahead and roll the packages on Jay Glazer and Bruce Arians. Jay Glazer, thank you so much for joining us.
My old friend, how are you, buddy?
Dude, we have known each other a very long time. How are things right now? Where are you?
Oh man, I am. I took a little. I had to go down to Florida with my son for a little bit, so I've been quarantined though for a while in LA with 2 football players, Alden Smith and Luke Wilson, and my son. And man, I had to get out of there. That's not who you want to be quarantined with.
No. Now, in terms of the charity that you started, MVP, merging vets and players, I mean, it is an unbelievable cause, and you guys have had tremendous results. During this craziness, what have you been telling all your vets and all your players?
Look, for those of us in the fight game, those of us who are war fighters, those who are football fighters, if you will, you got to adjust your game plan on the fly. You got to adapt. If you don't in war, then obviously the results, that's the maximum result. If you don't in the fight game, then someone's getting knocked out if you don't have that, minute to adjust. And in football, sometimes you got, 5, 10, 15, 30 seconds to adjust to something. We had to adjust. So we were one of the first ones who went to Zoom. And then we had about 100 people on that first week. And we are we're doing our same MVP. So we're working out for about a half hour just to give that burn again, all on Zoom. But then we sit, the magic's when we sit, we talk, we mentally coach each other up. It's a mental health huddle, if you will. It's a bunch of badasses who empower other badasses, and they deserve it. They deserve it. When you leave the military, you leave the locker room, man, it's not so much the combat that everybody misses or the banging of the bodies, but you miss your tribe. You miss your locker room. And that's what we do at MVP. We give you back your locker room. We give you back your tribe. And for us, we preach vulnerability. These are not what makes us strong. Vulnerability is what makes us strong. And we all get each other in there. So we open up, we cry to each other. We unpack a lot of stuff.
That's incredible. Now, you are best known for having information before everyone and having incredible sources. But I think really the secret to your success is being able to synthesize that and to be authentic and to know when to say this is true and this is just a rumor.
Sure.
Please, for our sake, you've been able to synthesize this. How should we be thinking as a nation on this Memorial Day weekend? What insight do you have?
Here's the biggest thing I want everybody. I want to shift the narrative here. And I did this with our MVP crew our first year. I came in and I said, "Hi, how you guys celebrating Memorial Day?" And I knew what I was doing. And they all looked at me and go, "What do you mean, how we celebrating?" I'm like, "Yeah, how you guys celebrating?" And they said, "Don't you know what Memorial Day is?" I said, "Yeah, so how we celebrating?" It was like, "What are we celebrating? This is when our boys and our sisters and brothers were killed. We're not celebrating." I go, "Why not? Why are you not celebrating them? You think they don't want you to celebrate them? We don't have to make today about doom and gloom or Memorial Day about doom and gloom. I know when I pass on, no one's wearing black. Everybody's celebrating me." So for all you guys who right now are going into Memorial Day, you've lost your loved ones, the ultimate sacrifice, man, celebrate them, love them up. It sucks that we lose our loved ones, no doubt. But don't try and figure life out just because they're not here with you in body. And I choose to believe the souls live on forever. I think they're always there. And I think they're looking down at whatever afterlife you believe.
Those are incredible words, Jay. We are asking everyone on Salute Across America if you would be willing to salute those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Absolutely. No doubt. Thank you, and God bless you all. I appreciate it. And again, guys, please help walk the walk with us. Go to vetsandplayers.org if you want to help donate, or if you're a player, any pro athlete, combat vet, we are waiting for you with open arms. It's free. Come join our team. Again, we're here to lift you up. Help come lift us up as well. You got to have your team again. Come rock and roll with your new tribe.
God bless you, Jay Glazer. Honestly, you are so positive. You're such an incredible force. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. God bless you, brother.
You haven't had anything go on in the off season. I mean, nothing, no good fortune
it's
or
been
anything.
pretty quiet, pretty quiet.
You guys might need a quarterback and a tight end. I've got some recommendations.
Yeah, we could use a couple.
Yeah. Listen, I really appreciate you doing this. It's called Salute Across America. Literally, it is a mission to just thank those who have, laid down their lives to protect our freedom.
Happy Memorial Day to everybody. I want to say thank you to so many of the people who have given their lives. They're out there serving now, men, women. Can't thank them enough, man, for protecting our freedom, because the best thing we have is our freedom. Personally, I had, 3 uncles. My father were all Navy. One uncle was Army, and kind of grew up just admiring them and for their service.
It feels like the NFL is in a unique spot to really bring the country together. And no one's going to be looking at a team closer than the Buccaneers now that you have Brady and Gronk on the lineup. I mean, how does it feel to sort of be spearheading literally the effort around just sort of coalescing everyone's, desire for sports and to get back to some sort of semblance of normal?
Yeah, I think sports, whenever we've had really trying times in our country, sports has kind of brought us back together. And I think the NFL kicking off, we'll find a way to get it done, with fans, without fans, maybe some fans. And but to have everybody almost back to normal, I think the NFL will do that. And I can't wait to see our football team show up and be put together.
Coach, I wanted you just to give us your words of wisdom. You've obviously gone through much throughout your life. You've always landed on your feet. You're incredibly resilient. Tell us why this is all going to be fine. It's all going to work out.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. Just the way we handle things in this country. We always have. And way back, I can't remember which coach told me, tough times don't last, tough people do. And I think in these times, you got to be tough.
Coach, listen, thank you so much. You're such an inspiration. We all are going to be watching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers very closely, not only because of your quarterback and tight end, but because of you. You're such an inspiration.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Tell you what, those words, tough times last or don't last, tough people do. Lacey, what'd you think about Coach Arians?
I mean, he's a motivator. Everybody that's been on here so far has motivated me from the bottom of everything. I mean, life is hard, and especially right now with what we're going through. We're all over here via social media and Zoom and trying to put the words out there because of the situation that we're all dealing with. And people just like that are showing you that, just what you said, tough times don't last, but tough people do. We're going to get through all of this. No matter if you're a veteran coming into the civilian sector, the transition, freaking trying to find a way to make things work and just getting out of this. But together and motivating each other is what we're going to need right now more than ever.
And John, that's what made me think about this whole reason you put this together. I mean, you wanted the military community to remind our country that we can grow through these tough times. And that's just beautiful. And there's no more powerful, moment throughout the year than on Memorial Day. So thank you for putting this together.
Yeah, it's incredible. And, one of the things that's been overwhelming to me is how I haven't had anybody say no, no, I don't want to participate. I don't want to do this. And everyone's just stepping up saying, yeah, we need to spread this message of unity, of connection, of, helping each other out. We have another special guest who came in literally as a surprise. This is legendary United States Marine Corps vet, Brian Shantosh. Brian, thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure. Please. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So tell me this, you are, truly legendary. I did not serve, but I've had the great fortune of being around those who have, and your name is one of those that goes around of if you don't know who Dosh is, you don't know what a real warrior is. Talk to me about what Memorial Day means to you.
Oh man, John, I don't think I'm legendary at all. I'm just an average dude doing doing what anybody else would do, given the circumstances they were in, right? You put hard work in, you get hard work out, and you surround yourself with great men. So, I appreciate the compliments, but it's like a term I try to refuse. I just want to stay humble and kind. And Memorial Day for me, it's a time I kind of retreat. I'm not out there fireworks, partying. It's a time I kind of withdraw into myself. I think about the wonderful men and women I served with, all the hard work, all the dedication, the sacrifices they made, and then ultimately the ones that made the ultimate sacrifice. My mind goes towards those guys, and I just silently reflect on who they were as a human being. I try to honor them by remembering the good times we shared together, their personalities, some of the hardships that we faced together. Pay absolute homage to the respect and the loyalty that they gave me as a commander, and kind of apologize to them in my own way for not bringing them home. And we just all did the best that we could. And ultimately, it's a sad weekend, but it's a happy weekend because it helps me think. I give them one day a year, because I know if the situation reversed, I wouldn't want those guys spending their entire life thinking about me and drooping and being gloomy for 364 days out of the year. So I look at today as a day to reflect, honor them, respect them, and look at my own life and how am I living my life 364 or 365 days out of the year that makes their sacrifice all the worthwhile. The last thing that I could be doing is wasting my life, squandering it on whatnot. When they gave the ultimate price, if the situation reversed, I wouldn't want them doing that either. So it's kind of a Memorial Day for me.
Yeah, Brian, what's the best way for, those who haven't served? I did not serve, but my dad was in the Navy, and obviously I know a ton of people who have given their lives. What do you recommend is the best way to honor those who have fallen?
Just make a commitment to live your life and take advantage of the freedom and the liberties that they stood for. There's no sense of them. They fall to stand up so that you could live a good life. It's the greatest disservice you could do, is not to live a good life and not take advantage of the freedoms and respect and honor the Constitution and your fellow countrymen and citizens and humanity. And that's the ultimate honor. And I twist the conversation. I'm weird. I don't like people saying Happy Memorial Day to me. I get it, and celebrating life. We go to funerals to celebrate life, and I understand that. But I don't want. I prefer not to have people, come up to me, thank you for your service. It's like, yeah, it's not my day. This isn't my day. Right. 364 days out of the year are my day. This is these men and women's days. So ultimately, I honor them by living the good life the best that you can, day in and day out. Yeah.
Well, Nate, in terms of what you're hearing from Brian, I'm sure you hear this a lot. I've run across this where, here are true heroes. And, Brian is so humble to say, look, I don't like to think about myself that way at all. And we obviously, all of us, want to thank, our servicemen and women. What's going through your mind when you're listening to Brian?
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. It is a tough one, and I do like to put the onus on the individual, everybody. When I get asked that a lot too, like, how do I celebrate Memorial Day? How do I thank people on Memorial Day? And I'm like, it's not an easy answer, because everybody in the veteran community, we deal with it differently. And I know dates and holidays, quote unquote, can be really hard for a lot of people, especially when they're ones like this, where it's like we're supposed to be remembering those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, those that were on our left and right that didn't make it home. And so, I say a very similar thing. I say, look, it's all about how you live your life. You know what I mean? Or what are you living for? Who are you living for? Because that's the best way to honor anybody, whether they were a veteran or not, that's gone. If they had an impact on your life, are you keeping the promise of how you're going to live your life, to them? Like, if you had an American dream, whatever that is, if you're not pursuing it, in a sense, it's a slap in the face to those that died for that, right? So, like, it's somebody else said this a few days ago that I heard is a really, really smart thing, and they said, for me, Memorial Day is a day of inventory. And I'm making sure I'm looking at inside myself. Am I doing all the things I said I was going to do last Memorial Day, maybe, or whenever? You know what I mean? Am I keeping up with that? It's much bigger than a New Year's resolution.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's for that person. Am I honoring that person with every step I take when I walk out that door in the morning, 365 days a year?
Brian, you put together some crazy physical challenges. Talk to me about your desire to push yourself to the limit.
Yeah, I like to challenge myself. I don't like sitting in comfort. I like to challenge others to challenge themselves. I don't like to, I just believe it's complacency, living, having a zest for life, and being complacent in a civilian aspect, just as being complacent is dangerous in a military setting. So
you're pretty comfortable right now, I gotta say.
Yeah, I am comfortable. This is, I just came off of a long week of working with two young men, 9 and 11, and I think they wore me out more than I wore them out, but putting them through Tosh camp. But you push the margins of your knowledge, your information, whether it's through reading or writing or art. I like the physical spectrum because it does things for me emotionally, psychologically, as well as physically. Living a good life. And every time I try to do an accomplishment, it's about me conquering the task. And so I like to do those crazy things, ultra endurance, community. Yeah.
That's incredible. Well, listen, Brian, I know that you had very limited time. And I really appreciate you joining us. Crispy, I know that you have to roll out as well. Do you have any final thoughts for us for Memorial Day?
Just enjoy it, be happy, and I just kind of touching on what everybody said. Enjoy the day, and deal with it how you deal with it. I think, like the guys just said, those of us that seen our team members die in combat, we celebrate it in a different way. We remember them. And that's okay. You just do you, be happy, enjoy the day. And it's not just about Memorial Day. I mean, I remember these guys every single day, and everything I do is for them, and every accomplishment always goes to them first, and then myself and everybody else. So just enjoy your cookout, enjoy the sales, just be an American and love being an American. I think that's what everybody that's no longer here wanted you to do, because I know if it would have been the other way around, if I would have not made it home, I still want people to keep going to the store, keep having your barbecues, go on sales, just live the American way, and that's free. And don't worry about what's going on overseas, because we got it taken care of.
Well, we have an incredible profile on Crispy. If you go to the Killcliff YouTube channel, Crispy is just one of a kind, as is Brian, as is Nate. I know you guys have to go. Nate, Brian, Crispy, thank you so much for joining us. I really cannot thank you enough for your service, your positive energy, your words of wisdom. It really does mean the world. It means the world to me, and I know it means the world to a lot of other people, especially in this country at this time.
Well, thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me on. And hey, Uncle Ted, I'll see you at hunting camp.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're rolling on. We're gonna have some interesting profiles now. We've got country star Craig Morgan, Ryan Weaver with 9 Line Apparel, and we have Graham Allen, who has just blown up. It seems like overnight. Has just become one of the most successful podcasts. So let's take a look at the packages for Craig Morgan, Ryan Weaver, and Graham Allen. Joining us now is Craig Morgan. Craig, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, now you have a very unique perspective on Memorial Day with your incredible service to this country. Talk to us about what Memorial Day means to you.
I just think it's real important that as we barbecue, as we spend time with our families and our friends, and we celebrate this day, that we remember that the day that we're celebrating is the day that we remember those men and women who are no longer with us, and think about them and think about their families.
Now, you obviously have had a tremendously successful career post-military, but I can't imagine that there's a day that goes by where you're not just incredibly grateful for the gift that you've been given, not only for the experience that you had while in the military, but the current life that we're all able to live.
Oh, 100%. In fact, so much so that there's times that like, there's a term that a lot of people use, once a soldier, always a soldier. I still very much carry that with me. I've been asked many times, how did I transition my life from the military into the life that I'm living right now as an entertainer? And I tell them, I'm working on it. So it's, there's a part of you that always aspires to continue to do that, to serve, to be that soldier, that service member. But I also respect and appreciate the impact that I get to have now as an entertainer, especially the opportunity to bring more attention to those men and women that are currently serving.
Craig, are there any military charities that you'd like to draw attention to that our audience could support?
Oh, buddy, let me line them up. There's a couple that are real close to home for me. Operation Finally Home. I love working with these guys. It's an organization that provides homes for service members and or their families. But they do a unique job of it. There's a lot of other organizations that do similar things, but this one does it a very special way, in that they involve the community in such a way that they make the service member and their families and the community a part of each other. And I love that, because it's not just about giving them the home, it's about after that. So they do it in such a way that they're so involved that they never separate themselves from one another from that point forward. The Special Forces Fund, I think it's very important that we, these are our ghost warriors that are out there that are doing things a lot of the times when a lot of people don't even know about it. In fact, there are service members whose lives have been lost that we never hear about because of particular missions that they may have been on. And their families are left without their loved ones, just like the family members of the service members that we do talk about. That's why I love what that fund does. They take care of those families.
Absolutely. Well, listen, Craig Morgan, you are incredible. We thank you so much for your service. We thank you so much for sharing your talent with the world. And we appreciate you taking time out today to honor the men and women who have, given the ultimate sacrifice to really preserve our freedom.
Lest we never forget, we wouldn't celebrate this day. We wouldn't celebrate the freedoms in this country if it weren't for those who serve, and especially those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you.
God bless you, Craig. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy.
Joining us now is country music star Ryan Weaver. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Man, I can't thank you enough for having me. I know this is an extremely special day for a lot of folks, and not such a great way, but it's a day for me as well.
Yeah. Now, you have an unbelievable life, and the stories that you have and the life that you've lived in terms of how it actually revolves around Memorial Day are really powerful. Can you share those with our audience?
Well, as almost 21 years on active duty, I also had family service history from World War II all the way up until this latest conflict. And I followed in my two brothers' footsteps in aviation. I was military intelligence first as an intelligence analyst enlisted, and then I transitioned over to become a warrant officer in the Army and fly Blackhawks. But my two oldest brothers at the time flew Kiowa Warriors, which are no longer in the Army. But my oldest brother, Steve, was in the Ranger Regiment. My brother, Aaron, was also in the Ranger Regiment. Aaron was in the ambush in Mogadishu for the movie Black Hawk Down. And he was a cancer survivor and was non-deployable. And we were deployed to Iraq together in 2003. And on January 8th, 2004, I say we were deployed together. He was with the 82nd Airborne. I was with the 1st Armor Division, excuse me. And he was a cancer survivor, was non-deployable, had a waiver to be deployed, but he had to get bi-monthly blood screenings for his cancer. And he was flying in the back of a medevac helicopter when the medevac helicopter, he was a passenger, and was shot down, and everybody on board was killed in action. And I returned from Iraq to his funeral and became a first-time Gold Star family member. And at that time, I actually I'd done some singing competitions and karaoke competitions and really loved it and was winning, and started writing in Iraq. And then I realized that life was passing me by at that point, idly passing me by, I would say. I mean, I was flying helicopters, which was a really cool job to say that I had, but I needed to find passion in something. And Aaron's sacrifice in this great country helped me realize that I needed to start going after something that I was passionate about, and I really jumped into this dream of singing country music and started going after it.
So Ryan, I know that you have an excellent partnership with 9 Line Apparel. Talk to me about that relationship.
Well, as you can see, I'm wearing my newest United shirt that we have out there. This one just came out. I've been with 9 Line Apparel since the beginning, or since I would say the end of 2018. And what a company, a veteran-owned company that supports other veterans, homeless veterans. But as a partner brand and a veteran myself, they've been behind me and supported everything that I've done in my career. You find companies that you want to partner with, like Liberty Home Concealment behind me, a small American family-owned business that does concealment flags, and 9 Line Apparel as well. They're just an incredible company that supports and gives back as much. They're a giving-centric company, which a lot of companies out there are a taking-centric company. And as a veteran, that I put my name behind products that I believe in and folks that I believe in, and they've done the same for me. They reached out, and I've been a proud partner with them for, I don't know, quite some time now. Can't say enough about them.
Well, let's cue up the music, and can't thank you enough for sharing your gift.
Right on, man. Standing alone, I imagine your face, smiling when you said goodbye yesterday. You were my hero, my heart, and my everything. Hold on to her so you won't fade away. Never forgotten, oh no, you're not gonna disappear. And although you're gone, oh, I promise I'll keep you near. You might be one of the fallen, but never forgotten. They don't remember, but we let them know. Each time they read all your stories in stone. This was someone's daddy, their mama, their everything. In a field of reminders, they're not coming home. Never forgotten, oh no, they're not gonna disappear. And although they're gone, oh, we promise we'll keep them near. They might be one of the fallen, but never forgotten. Never forgotten, reminded of you in your daughter's eyes. And sometimes she smiles when she falls, almost never cries. Never forgotten, oh no, you're not gonna disappear. And although you're gone, oh, I promise I'll keep you near.
You might be one of the fallen, never forgotten. They might be one of the fallen, never forgotten.
It's more than getting dressed every day. It's about being proud of who you are, what you wear, and how you walk through life. We are relentlessly patriotic. We hold no punches. We don't apologize for our love of country. We are America's next greatest generation. We inspire unity and brotherhood among all America as patriots under our common flag. And we stand with our first responders.
Joining us now is Graham Allen. Graham, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it. You're in the main studio today, which is a random guest room in my house. So I wish I could have done it in the actual studio, but anyway, so here we are.
Listen, it's a beautiful room.
Yes, it's a guest room.
When people are talking about celebrities living the opulent style, I point to this.
This is it. This is what you work for at this point.
So you have a book coming out, America 316. Tell our audience about it.
Oh, man. Well, I wish I could say that I'm this unique person, but everybody has a book coming out these days. And so this one's mine. It's my very first book. It is America 316. Obviously, there's a very play on John 3:16 Bible, or if you're a wrestling fan, Austin 3:16, I guess. And so it's about patriotism and love of the country, and then faith, obviously, kind of putting them together. So it's not a preachy book by any means necessary, because I am not a preacher. It is a book about what I believe founding principles are for America, where I think we're going wrong, and trying to bring it back full spectrum to, at the end of the day, we are all different, but we're supposed to be Americans at the end of the day. So I think it's going to be different than what a lot of people are probably expecting. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll love me, you'll hate me, whatever. And so it should be a good time.
That's amazing. I hope everybody goes, and I think you can pre-order the book right now. Now, your perspective on the country is one that is with a lot of empirical knowledge. You were in the Army for 12 years and served. And tell me, on this Memorial Day weekend, what does Memorial Day mean to you in terms of some close relationships that you may have had, of men and women who literally laid down their lives to protect our freedom?
Memorial Day is amazing to me because being in the world that I'm in now and seeing this, whether you believe it or not, there is a fight going on for the principal values of our country. And whether you're on the left or you're on the right, etc., and there definitely seems to be a push of people that have forgotten the sacrifices that were made for us to have the ability to even have discussions that we have currently. There's no exact total, but they say the estimations around 1.3 million veterans have lost their lives serving in the military throughout the entirety of, even back into the militia days. And that is a massive price to pay. That's not including everyone who has served, everyone who has been injured. That is simply blood that was spilled and lost and lives gone, solely so we could sit here and have this very conversation that we're having right this second. And the idea of creating this place where you have the freedom to say what you want to say, do what you want to do, whether other people like it or not. That idea of America is perfect. And our men and women who have served in the military, that paid the ultimate sacrifice for us, it really is just something that we all need to turn our focus on more often than we do, because we are incredibly blessed to be here on our worst day America is still the greatest country in the world. And it's because of the men and women who put on the uniform and the men and women who paid the ultimate price for us.
We're asking everyone if they would be willing to salute our fallen men and women who have given so much. Would you be willing to give us a nice military salute?
It's been a while, but sure. Yeah, I would love to the memory of every single service member that was truly the greatest among us. I am forever grateful to you, and I can only hope that I'm living my life a way that you would be proud of. So for that, I salute you, and thank you. I thank you, and I'm extremely grateful to your sacrifice every single day.
God bless you, Graham. You're incredible. I know part of your charm is your humility, but you are a special person.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. So.
Wow, those were three very, very compelling voices. Lacey, what were your thoughts?
I mean, you said it. It's three voices they're using their voice, whether it's through song, through podcasts, to bring light to not only veterans and their families, but to America and what the Americans can do for this country. It's Memorial Day weekend, and one thing we need to remember is to remember the lives that they've given the ultimate sacrifice, but also pick up that bag and put it on your shoulders, because make America worth dying for. And that's up to us. They use their voices on so many different platforms, but they also remind us that you don't have to be a veteran to use your voice to motivate others across the board to not only support our troops, their families, but the American people to do the best you can to make America worth fighting for. And right now, in the time of this pandemic and the fact that we're all together right now to motivate each other and just spread positivity, and that is exactly what they're doing. And that 9-line company, I'm telling you something right now, I work with Military Makeover with Montel Williams, and I've seen them boys come out dressed up because they were there to promote the company and what they do for our veterans. But in their dress up gear, they grabbed hammers and shovels and went out there and was kicking ass and taking names with everybody, all the volunteers combined. So it just shows what kind of people they are, man. I've seen it firsthand, and it's motivating.
Incredible. Now, Ted, you're no stranger to making your voice heard. I know that you have to leave us, but what are your parting words on the thoughts on this Memorial Day celebration that we're having?
Well, I was a dangerous we the people guy standing up for God, family, country, the Constitution before I came on here. But I'm even more dangerous now because the institution is like a flood here. And I can't thank everybody enough who has served, because they know that their buddies died for this American dream. And let me try to put it in perspective of a 72-year-old guy who's been paying attention all these years to the quality of life that is unique to America, that all these heroes are referencing. There is an identity to America. It's the United States Constitution, and it's the Bill of Rights. We talk about America being a good American. We talk about those who made the ultimate sacrifice. They made the sacrifice. They charged into battle and gave their lives for their oath to the U.S. Constitution. So I think the most powerful way to say thank you is for Americans to study that Constitution, read it, teach it to your children. Make sure that you live those sacred words, self-evident truths, and that you participate. You are an active participant in the sacred experiment of self-government. And that the ultimate way to say thank you to that flag-draped coffin, whose family is still hurting, they'll never get over the loss. I've shared those tears around those coffins. The best way to say thank you is to live the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, declare your independence, and then pay for it by at least registering and voting God, family, country, Constitution, freedom. There is an American heartbeat. It's God, family, country, Constitution, freedom. Adhere to that. Craig Morgan and so many others have talked about. We have livetogive.com, military charity, Operation Finally Home, military charity, Heartstrings for Heroes Foundation, the Military Warrior Support Foundation. I could give you 50 of them that we work with, but study those military charities. And then I know everybody gives. I don't know anybody that doesn't give. But on this Memorial Day, take that painful vision of guts and dead guys and gals and act upon it. It isn't just Memorial Day. I think it should be Memorial Life. And I'm wrapping up like this, John.
Yep.
A song called The Great White Buffalo about the American bison. He doesn't run away from the storm. He charges into, he's looking for wind. He's looking for a blizzard. He's looking for tough times. And he doesn't go the other way. He finds that storm and he goes, bring it on, mother. Just give me your best shot. And those guys have taught me that. As a goofy guitar player, I do my best to try to be a Marine or a Navy SEAL or an Army Ranger or a Green Beret. I fail miserably, but at least I try. And so I can say thank you by trying harder, living better based on the Constitution. Again, they've all sworn an oath to the Constitution, John. That's why they're dead. They knew they could come home to that unique experiment in self-government, so they tried harder. That's why the GIs won World War II. They knew they could come home to freedom as defined by the Constitution and Bill of Rights. So let's vote those political employees, those elected employees who stand up for God, family, country, Constitution, Bill of Rights.
Right.
And make sure that we do that in the name of those who sacrificed so that we could.
I'll tell you what, honestly, Ted, it has been such a pleasure getting to know you over. I mean, you immediately jumped at this opportunity over the last 2 weeks. It's been such a pleasure. It's been such a joy to get to know you and to hear your wisdom. One of the things that you said to me was, live a life worth dying for. And, I promise you that I certainly will abide by that creed. And I know that you've inspired millions of people over the years to really seize the day. I thank you so much for joining us today.
You,
really,
John.
God bless you.
Wonderful celebration here today. And I know we say Happy Memorial Day, and it is a sad day, but I think those who died want us to live a great life. They want us to barbecue. They want us to go to the firing range. They want us to go hunting and fishing and trapping. They want us to play rock and roll. They want us to be great welders. So if you live a gung-ho, the best you can be samurai life in America, those flag draped coffins might tremble a little bit and say thank you from the grave. I really believe that.
Wow. Well, Ted, thank you so much. Rolling along, we've got a very special musical guest coming up. Tim Montana is going to be joining us on the other side of these two segments. One of my best friends in the world is Ray Lewis. Gotten to know him over the last 12 years, 13 years. Just an incredible human being. He gave his time very generously, and he has a cause called No Excuses. That's just an amazing platform. And we're also going to hear from Scott Husing, who is an amazing, amazing author, just a brilliant mind. So we're going to hear Tim Montana on the other side of these segments. Let's roll Ray Lewis and Scott Husing. Ray Lewis, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely, JB. Good to see you.
All right, man. Now, you are the greatest defender all time in NFL history. But what does it feel like when you're in the presence of somebody, of a soldier, of the men and women who are willing to lay down their lives to protect our freedom?
No, man, like what's really interesting about them is that they're so unique. Like every one of them are so unique, and the mentality of the friends that I have in the armed forces, oh my goodness, like to adopt that mentality, to have that energy, to have that focus. I mean, I'm telling you, like when you think of true heroes, people who get it, people who dial in, people who know all of the ins and outs of life and how to get the best out of yourself and how to put yourself in isolation, they are amazing. Seriously, they are amazing, man. And I'm friends with a lot. I have a lot of relatives in the armed forces as well as in my family. So it runs deep.
So for you, what does Memorial Day mean? Is there someone who was very close to you who delivered the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedom?
You know what? I think it's more than just one person. You know, like I said, I got a family built off military. I got uncles that was in the Navy. I got uncles that was in the Army. And just knowing what you sacrifice, you know? Like one of the things you got to think about, JB, about Memorial Day is these are people fighting for people that they probably will never meet or never know. You know, and these are people that not only sacrifice their lives, but they sacrifice their families and everything that comes along with it, right? That takes a very, very, very special person, right, to sacrifice all of that. You know, if you think about the good book says that he gave his only begotten son, right? So imagine when you make up your mind as a soldier, as a person who fights for people. Now think of Memorial Day from that perspective, right? That you tell your family, I gotta go. Because I got to go fight for the better good.
I know you have the No Excuses platform. I want you to make sure that everyone knows how to best reach out to join the movement of No Excuses.
Yeah, man. Just go to noexcuses.tv and you can sign up. I mean, it's just incredible. It's a lifestyle. It's a foundation, right? It's structure, right? It's consistency. This pandemic has taught us one thing, like time waits on no one. But what do you do when you do have time? We have to connect and we have to really help a bunch of people. That's why No Excuses' mission is very simple, right? How do we redirect, give hope, or save 1 billion people? How? That's it.
We're all going to have to do it together, that's for sure, right?
Got to do it together. Got to do it together, JB. I appreciate you, brother.
Well, listen, Ray Lewis, I cannot thank you enough for your friendship, for your time, for your positive energy. Have an awesome weekend. And, you know, I honestly cannot thank you enough for just being such a positive force on this planet.
Absolutely, my brother. Be good. Thank you for all our heroes out there.
Scott Husing, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I'm happy to be here. Happy to support you and, you know, all Americans on this Memorial Day 2020. I think it's important, not just this year, but every year, that we pay respect and honor those fallen warriors that have given the ultimate.
Now, for you, you know, you have a unique perspective, you know, having served for as long as you did. Do you have a personal story that you can share with our audience about what Memorial Day means to you?
I've got countless stories of witnessing heroic acts of these young men and women, some just barely out of high school. Those were the men I commanded in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006. I mean, literally, if you think about it, just we're playing high school football the year before, and now they're in charge of other Marines, and they're doing these brave acts and with moral and physical courage day in and day out. And I think what's probably most important to me on Memorial Day is to stay connected. Families who are such an incredible group of people who were so inextricably connected to through their loss, and really become their sons and daughters in their absence for the Marines that we lost when we fought.
What is the best way that our audience can support you in, you know, everything that you're doing?
Well, like many veterans who transition from whether it's 4 years or 24 years of service, we've taken up the mantle of responsibility to continue to lead and to establish nonprofit organizations, SaveTheBrave.org, where we help veterans who are struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder through outreach programs. We take them offshore fishing. We help our Gold Star families with costs and anything we can do to help fill one small gap. And if there are people watching this and they want to support Save the Brave, just go to SaveTheBrave.org. You can donate $5 or $500, but you make a difference. And a lot of people talk about wanting to help, or they have some sense of patriotic guilt that they didn't serve their country for whatever reasons. And I always tell people that I don't need to hear that, because you can always serve. You don't have to put on a uniform every day. You don't have to shoot a rifle and kill the enemy to have served your country or to serve and help veterans. There's so many great charities out there doing so many great things. I'm proud to be the executive director of one of them, but really having a voice and really making that effort to go out of your way and give of yourself and give of your time, I think are probably some of the most important things that are helpful to our veteran community and those who have lost, that we honor this Memorial Day.
I encourage everyone, please support Save the Brave, such an amazing organization. Scott, you're an incredible person. God bless you, and we will be praying for you and for everyone.
Hey, thanks again. 7 for 5, brother.
Wow. I'll tell you what, Lacey, what do you think about the journey these guys have gone on?
I mean, you know, everybody has their own journey, no matter what it is in life, whether it's civilian sector, military. But what's interesting is they're different journeys, but the same mindsets of what charities can we do to help out? What can we do to help each other out in this time of need? Just like right now with what we're going through, you know, and I'll say it again, we're here right now going live with so many people that are listening to this and knowing that no matter your journey, it's always the same mindset of motivation and ways we could be there for each other, be grateful for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, and what can we do now in our journey as we go forward after this video to help charities, help each other, and bring light to what you're capable of inside. So yeah, I mean, it's motivational, and they're using their journeys to give back and help people, and that's what we all need to realize we can do.
Unbelievable. Now, one of the things that helps us along a journey is an amazing song. And over the last almost month now, I've gotten to know a country artist who is truly just an inspiration, someone who's an incredible singer-songwriter, someone who is just, if you don't know his name yet, you will, because he wrote one of the most popular songs during the quarantine called Quarantine. But he has a whole sundry of songs that's just incredible. Want to introduce to you the one, the only, Tim Montana. Tim, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. Honored to be here.
All right, so we need a song. I asked you. I said, you know, give us something that's patriotic, and I know that one of your songs that you have in your portfolio is one of the greatest American tunes.
Yeah, it's got a title track off the last album we put out on Valentine's Day called American Thread, and it's something that we wrote, some friends of mine, and you know, it kind of got legs online, and then all the truckers and soldiers, and just, you know, something to talk about the American labor force, but also the reason that we get to work is, you know, for people making the ultimate sacrifice. So I want to get all that in there, and yeah.
Let's do it. All right, let's cue it up.
You got that guitar in there?
You got that guitar.
All right. Tough as nails, hard as brick, 6'1", walking 10'6" on the floor, 12 in the back with the weather god box in it on the gun rack, feeling fly, riding high. Roughneck red till the day we die with the 18-wheelers hauling loads, up and down farmers cutting roads, hard hats out there pounding roads with a working class son, and that ain't low. The Copenhagen cowboy kind with a camouflage on that front line, stand for the flag till the day we're dead. We're every stitch of this American thread. With dusty boots and late night rides, busted knuckles and bloodshot eyes might break our backs, but not our pride. Roughneck red till the day we die with the 18-wheelers, hard loads, up and down farmers cut roads, hard hats out there pounding roads with a working class on, and that ain't low. The Copenhagen cowboy kind with a camouflage on that front line, stand for the flag till the day we're dead. We're every stitch of this American thread. that stay in the fight, to the boys blue out saving lives, from the teachers and the preachers trying to raise them right, from the third shift hustle to the 9 to 5, to the single mom trying to feed her kids, to the bartender turning on making tips. We're all one people at the end of the day. No matter where we're from, we're American made. With the 18-wheelers, hard and loads, up at dawn, farmers cutting roads, hard hats out there, pound the road, with a working class on and that ain't low. Yeah, the Copenhagen cowboy kind, with a camouflage on that front line, stand for the flag till the day we're dead, cause we're in every stitch of this American thread.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Lacey, what'd you think about that?
Oh my gosh. I need to go download that right now. And I'd listen to that every day. Out on my tractor, freaking frog gigging. Love it.
Gigging at bullfrogs.
Hell yeah.
That's amazing. Tim Montana, I can't thank you enough for your friendship and for your time. I know you have a very busy day today and a very busy weekend. Thank you for that wonderful song and for wonderful friendship. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you so much for having me. And everybody, don't forget the reason for the season this weekend, and have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Now we're rolling on. We're going to watch segments from actually the people who kind of started this. The very first guests that we booked were Weston and Jody Clark. They have an incredible thing called The Experience. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on the Discovery Channel. You have to check it out. And we also are going to hear from one of our very good friends, John Dudley, who's literally just an incredible archer and one of the best bow hunters in the world. So let's go ahead and roll those packages. All right, we're joined by Weston and Jody. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you for having us.
It's an honor, absolute honor.
So you guys really are the American dream. What you have created is truly special. Talk to me about how important it is that you guys have been able to build a successful business, really being American.
Well, you know, we live in the greatest nation on earth. And, you know, as we're here today, we're in beautiful Colorado. One of those states you wake up in the morning and go, man, not another nice day. You know, just absolutely gorgeous. But we never forget the men and women that have died and sacrificed all so that we can live where we live, not only in the state of Colorado, but this great nation.
Talk to me a little bit about the experience and how incredible of an experience it's actually been.
We have people nominate the heroes in their life, and then we invite them to either a concert or a celebrity event.
Command Sergeant Major Hack, 5th Ranger Battalion. There are a couple of people that would like to meet you, Jody and Weston. Here they come.
We invite them to these concerts. They think they've just won tickets. We invite them up on stage. We share with the audience of why they're a hero, and then we take them on an incredible experience. We took retired Command Sergeant Major David List on an expedition. We surprised him at Fort Carson, which is here in Colorado Springs, and then took him to Alaska. The first morning that we woke up in the lodge, we're sitting there, we're having breakfast, tears welled up in the bottom of his eyes. And he says, as we sit here this morning, there are sons and daughters of America in harm's way, and those that have given all. I mean, this is a 33-year seasoned war veteran. And that you know, that's inspired us and has kind of been a mantra of ours, you know, to never forget, daily, never forget. And we have a good friend, John Wayne Walding, that has a motto, live well for the fallen. We've encapsulated that within our show, The Experience.
You guys really are a perfect example of the American dream. Talk to me about how important it is just to be American.
Well, American is freedom, right? And so it without our service members who have sacrificed for us, we wouldn't live in the greatest nation on earth. I make it a point to every service member that I see that may be wearing a hat, I tell them thank you for their service. And one gentleman struck me like right in the heart. And when I told him thank you for your service, he said, you're worth it. And that just hit me to the core. Like, you know, they're just so selfless, and that is American to me.
Well, that's it. You know, they're so selfless. These sons and daughters of America, as I said earlier, that are in harm's way right now. But those that have sacrificed all so that we can have the freedoms of this greatest nation on earth, that sons and daughters of America have sacrificed all. The experience and being able to give these heroes these dream trips, it's the least we can do because we're proud to be Americans.
You guys are such an inspiration. God bless you. We make sure that we're following you every step along the way of the experience. And thank you so much for just giving back to this country by having such positive energy.
Thank you for what you do as well.
Yes, absolutely, John. Thank you. And for Salute Across America, what you guys are doing, God bless.
All right, John Dudley, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Iowa.
Yes. Yep. The great state of Iowa. Dead center of everything.
So it's the dead center of everything. Tell me, why do you love Iowa so much?
Well, for the deer.
You are considered one of the greatest hunters on the planet. You've been able to achieve a dream and to live a life that probably is only really possible in America.
I've just pursued every aspect of archery and just really tried my best to grow the sport. And honestly, like everything in America, if you're willing to work for it, then you can achieve whatever you want here. I mean, that is the truth.
What does Memorial Day mean to you?
My dad went through Vietnam, as did my uncle. And then my grandfather went through the Korean War. I remember the first time my dad took me to the wall. I was 10 years old and he drove me out there. He never talked much about what he experienced through Nam. And I remember when he got to that wall, I remember seeing his fingers go down the wall and it would stop on people that was obviously people that I didn't know about his relationship with them, but when he would stop on them, it was the first time I had ever seen this man that was, you know, to me, just this giant, this hardened giant. It's the first time I ever saw him cry and break down, and not just cry, but sob. And I remember him telling me that, you know, his name should or could have been on that wall just as easy as anybody else's that was on there. And I never forgot that day. We owe it to all these people that paid the ultimate sacrifice to fully express our freedoms and don't waste them. And also make sure we, you know, pay them the honor that they certainly deserve, for sure.
John Dudley, you are truly one of a kind. We really appreciate you joining us, and go out and get an elk for us.
All right. See you guys. Cheers.
John Dudley is truly one of my favorite people. He's just so authentic and incredible. And joining us now, two other incredible human beings. You've seen both of their packages from Grunt Style. You've got Tim Jensen, and also we just saw the package for Scott Husing. Tim, Scott, how are you guys doing?
That's a beautiful day, and I just got finished with all my house chores, so I'm doing great.
That's awesome. So, Tim, tell me about what are you going to be doing this Memorial Day weekend? Because we saw the package on Grunt Style, an amazing company. What are you guys doing as a company, and what are you doing as an individual?
Sure, that's a great question. From a company perspective, we're sharing this incredible video with our massive audience to get everybody, because it is a weekend to get people to truly understand and and to celebrate. And I think this whole program has done an extraordinary job of really highlighting some incredible people, incredible businesses that really puts it all into perspective. For us at Grunt Style, we're going to be shutting our website down on Monday, and for the entire time it'll take about 9.5 hours to get through it, but we're going to be reading all the names of OAF, OEF, and New Dawn. So we're going to be paying some homage to all the people that had given the sacrifice while overseas and in harm's way. So that's something that we've been doing for quite a while, and it's a tradition that we look to continue doing in the future. Personally, I've been down here in Texas for about 2.5 years now. Normally, I'd be up in Chicago with all my brothers, and we'd be spending the weekend going from cemetery to cemetery and really just hanging out with some of our old friends and having a few beers.
That's awesome. I mean, I think, we've heard over and over today about, live a life worth dying for, and, making sure that we're honoring those who have fallen, but not, sitting in a corner and weeping, like really seizing the day. I think that's really what Grunt Style really it like embodies, at least for me. You guys are really a seize the day kind of company.
Yeah, and it really comes down to what we think is most important: know, celebrate, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it's through ways of military service, through patriotism. Right? You don't have to wear a uniform to be that individual that celebrates what this country provides for everybody and really the world. Those that have worn the uniform, we know that once we take that uniform off, that oath never dies, and we still have a commitment to our country to do great things. And I think Grunt Style and all the amazing employees, from our veterans to our patriots, really embody that spirit, and that's what drives our company into doing the things that we do and participating in the community in the ways that we do.
So Scott, what's keeping you busy this weekend? We just saw your segment, and you had just such incredible thoughts. What are you doing, not only physically, but what are you doing sort of reflectively?
Well, I think I'm dubbed as the best dirt farmer in Riverside County, but out here on my ranch, and we're staying connected though with our brothers at SaveTheBrave.org. I think it's important that we always reach out, and especially during times like this when a lot of veterans want to feel isolated or feel sad, but it's not a national day of sadness. This is the day and the weekend that he is like a big guest you've had on. It's this theme of living and honoring the dead who served their country, our fallen heroes, through living your life and living a good life and giving back, giving more of yourself than you expect from others. And we do that to Save the Brave by not only helping veterans with post-traumatic stress and our Gold Star families, who, if I had to see someone today, it goes out to all of our Gold Star families, because for every Marine or soldier that we lose on the battlefield, they leave behind parents and husbands and wives and brothers and sisters. And I never forget about them. There just isn't, I think I speak for most veterans on Memorial Day, but it is a time to honor them and celebrate them. So I love hearing things from guys, like the team at Grunt Style. It's not just talking, it's doing and taking action. And they're putting action behind their words by closing their website down and not taking a buck on Memorial Day and really doing the hard thing. And I'm really honored just to be a part of this, John. And you're one of those people who didn't have to wear a uniform to serve, because you're doing it right now. And you're doing it with a much better haircut than most of the veterans that have been on today. So,
by the way, Lacey, when I was first talking to you, I had much more hair. I had my quarantine hairstyle, and now I just went high and tight. What do you think about it? Do I look like a little boy?
You know what? You took the words right out of my mouth, and I'm not going to embarrass you in front of all these people, so I'll just shut up.
It was funny because I hadn't cut my hair like everybody else in 10, 12 weeks or whatever. And when I went in, I just got carried away. I was just like, I can't stop. Just let's cut it all off. It was so funny. Listen, Scott, Tim, I cannot thank you guys enough for joining us, for not only doing pre-taped interviews and doing the segments, but for coming on live. I mean, it's a Saturday, Memorial Day weekend. You're taking tons of time out. The fact that you guys are willing to do that just means so much. And I cannot thank you enough for everything. Coming up right now, what do we have next, Lacey?
All right, John, we've got two incredible people, Samantha Snabs and Jason Johnson. Both have incredible organizations. So let's bring them on in and check them out.
All right, Samantha Snabs, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, you head up Re3d. Share with our audience, what is Re3d?
Re3d is a social enterprise. It's a spinoff of Engineers Without Borders, NASA Johnson Space Center, where we seek to decimate the two biggest barriers to 3D printing, and we think that's cost and scale. We think that anyone, any place, anytime should be able to solve their own local problems. So we do that by making the world's largest affordable industrial 3D printer. So think of the size of the toilet up to as big as your budget. And so we print things, we say, at the human scale that people use affordably. And thanks to a lot of the community support, we've been able to modify the printers that print from filament, like a hot glue gun, to also now to be able to directly accept pellets and plastic trash. So we think that's another way to print faster with more materials in more places, maybe where printers aren't traditionally, with the hope to not only be greener, but to create jobs and economic independence.
We're asking everyone who's on Salute Across America to give us a nice salute to honor the men and women who have sacrificed so much for us.
And I'm in the Guard, so ours isn't as crisp.
There you go. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time. Everybody go to re3d.org.
Thank you so much for your time, John.
All right, Jason Johnson from Project K9 Hero. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, talk to me about the origin of Project K9 Hero, because everyone, I imagine, in our audience loves dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent a career in the military, law enforcement, working overseas with canines and in the federal government. And what I learned over the 25 plus years was there was no programs in place to help them in retirement. There was no medical funds being set aside. There's no like VA program for the dogs. So when dogs leave service, their handler, whoever adopts them, is financially responsible, but they can't always pay those bills. And those bills can be outrageous. Those bills can consist of cancer treatments. We've had amputations, bills that run up over $10,000. And a soldier or police officer is not always equipped to do that. So I started a national nonprofit to be a resource for them, that no canine hero should go without because someone can't pay a bill. But we raise money nationwide, and we help pay those bills directly.
Now, do you have any dogs with you today?
We do. We have our national ambassador, K9 Axel, who is with us. He's resting right now. He's going through cancer treatments. He has lung cancer. He served with the ATS Special Response Team. Our first ambassador, Flash, had passed away. She helped me start this program. She was also the 2018 Law Enforcement Dog of the Year in America. And behind me, we have one of our first recipients, Big Fuzz, who served in Iraq. And he served there doing explosive detection for the U.S. ambassador, came back to the United States and served in Williamson County, Texas as well. And again, a great example of a hero that served overseas and stateside, yet still needed medical help when they got out of service.
So what's the best way that our audience can support you?
Well, first of all, just going to our website and checking that out at project9hero.org. We have a lot of great things in our shop. You'll see I'm wearing our red gear today, our Remember Every Dog Deployed. That helps us support all the dogs downrange, which we feel is very important. When they get back, we help them with medical care and all of our gear there. But, checking out our social media as well, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at Project K9 Hero. And if you can't donate, we understand that. Just spread awareness of our message. Give us a share, give us a like, and let people know that organizations like ours exist out here to make sure we protect those who protected us.
Incredible. Listen, Jason, you are doing incredible work. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much for starting this amazing charity. And I will absolutely encourage everybody to support you as much as humanly possible.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Now, Tim, you have a great relationship with Scott. Tell us about him.
Yeah, so I actually had the great opportunity of meeting Jason with Project K9 Heroes through the lovely Marjorie Eastman, who was on the show earlier today, and she's been able to put together so many great veteran groups together. And I met Jason when we were in Tennessee, and his lovely dog Axel nearly ripped my arm off, so that was a lot of fun.
Right.
We've been working with him for since that first interaction, and his project at Project K9 Heroes is something extraordinary. In putting attention to those service dogs that once after service, making sure that they're taken care of from their health needs and placing them in loving homes. He's such an incredibly down to earth individual. Him and his wife do a great job at what they've been really focused on with their project, and they're just really two unique individuals. And I think it's individuals like Jason and all the other people that we're really focusing on today that really makes this community so incredible, because you're going from like Mutt Sauce to Project K9 Hero. They're all over the place, right? In the way that these businesses and the veterans and this entrepreneurial spirit of saying we take what we learn from the military and bring it to the private workforce, and we carry those characteristics and ideals, and we project it through whatever it is that we're doing. And Jason is a fine example of that.
Yeah, when I got a chance to catch up with Jason, what was interesting is I said, "How do I get one of these dogs?" And he said, "Look, it's not about getting the dog; it's about taking care of the dog, because the servicemen and women who are blessed to work with these incredible animals, they want to keep them, and they need financial resources in order to take care of these incredible animals." Lacey, what's interesting to me is we talked about earlier how there's so many different facets to, quote, being in the military. It's amazing that what we see all these people when they're getting out and transitioning. The amount of the variety of businesses, as Tim just pointed out, is just stunning.
I mean, it's incredible. And like, I'm going to go back to voices, because this man that you just showed, Jason, is being a voice for our other warriors, our dogs, our military working dogs. And so there's no limit to not only what veterans and their families are capable of, but the voices that we can use to bring light to across the board. And he opens more platforms for veterans that want to continue to work with them animals, because like I said, the transition from active duty to civilian sector is scary as hell. You were up here in your military life, and now you're wondering where are you going to sit to make yourself feel like you are upholding that same mindset and that same challenge and that badass person that you were. Well, people like Jason and the Mutt Sauce and Grunt style, everybody being able to make platforms for those those veterans to come on board and continue to feel the same feeling, that same badass feeling that they had is what it's all about. Being able to help each other and be there.
Yeah. So Scott, give me your thoughts in perspective on the variety of businesses that we're seeing, because it's amazing how we're all we're cut from that same cloth, and we're all Americans, and we all want to pour out our energy into something. And it's amazing to me how varied it is.
Well, this isn't a promotional opportunity. It's not about selling books or T-shirts or hot sauce. It's about what I like to say is veterans who have a capacity. And I'm very fortunate to have the capacity to share my story. And I know not everybody does. And I never sit around, John, and proclaim to be the voice of the veteran community. I'm not on some soapbox, but I think that I have a lot of respect for everybody that's been highlighted on today's project, that they have that capacity to share that story. Because and Nate Boyer and Ryan Weaver, you get up there on stage and you pick the scab off every time, and you expose a little bit of yourself, that's tough. And I think that we do that in hopes that it's emblematic, not just for this generation of warfighters, but for the Vietnam veterans who did not have a voice, for our Korean War veterans who've gone largely unsung, and for our last few remaining World War II vets. So having that capacity, I think, is probably one of the most salient messages that I've heard from every one of the guests on the show today. And I'm extremely proud, and everybody out there watching and everybody that's participated, including you, John, you should be justifiably proud of taking the time out of your day and weekend to share your stories and help the public understand what Memorial Day really means to everybody.
Yeah, well, we're going to keep things rolling with, we have three just incredible human beings that I had the opportunity to meet. We have Rick Hogg. If you have never met Rick Hogg, like a true intellect, guy is just unbelievable. We also have Sam Meek, and one of my best friends, and I can say that seriously because my career with sports science that went on forever for, on ESPN and Fox really started with a show called Fight Science, and Randy Couture really started that with me. So Randy took time out of his busy schedule to also join us. So let's roll packages on Rick Hogg, Sam Meek, and Randy Couture. Sam Meek, thank you so much for joining us on Salute Across America.
Hey, it's great to be here.
All right. So listen, you have an amazing company called Sandbox that I want you to tell everybody about, because you're helping out a lot of our men and women in the military.
Yeah, Sandbox is pretty cool. We've been able to help roughly 60% of the folks that are joining the military today get onboarded onto Sandbox and really help them with their journey as they understand how to get ready for basic training and how to stay connected to their loved ones while they're going through it.
And what's the best example of the most successful program? I know you have your letters campaign.
Yeah, so really, it's around the letters campaign is the most successful part of it, and that's really the fact that today's warfighter's not taking their cell phone with them to boot camp. So we allow the family around them to send that letter right from the mobile. We print it, we send it next day. We include return parcel with it, so it's round trip. They can include a gift card for the exchange, and we're sending over from 5,000 to 10,000 letters a day.
What does Memorial Day mean to you?
It's funny, as I was thinking about that before our call today, there's so many things I think it means to me. When I'm trying to dig into the emotion of it, I kept going back to my grandfather, my great-grandfather who served, and I think a lot of us, especially those that maybe haven't been in the military, lean back on the stories of grandpa and whatnot who had served. But it's funny, I've spent 5 years in the Marine Corps, and I still go back there and think about that. And in many ways, it's very easy for us who've been in the military, who've lost friends, to think about those friends that we've lost, but it's a much bigger picture. And it's really remembering all the sacrifice that, we have given as a nation, for hundreds of years.
Listen, Sam, cannot thank you enough for starting up such an incredible business and helping to, every man and woman who's in the armed forces. You're doing great work. Cannot thank you enough for it.
Well, I wanted to thank you for doing what you're doing. I think it needs to happen, and spreading the word about Memorial Day and doing it in the context you're doing is fantastic. So thank you, and Semper Fi.
Awesome. God bless. Joining us now is Rick Hogg from Warhog. Rick, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, John.
All right, so for those of us who don't know what Warhog is, what is it?
We provide mobile firearms, tactical, and canine training to law-abiding citizens, military, and law enforcement agencies.
So what does Memorial Day mean to you?
So it's a day that we set aside as a country to recognize our fallen. However, for some of us, Memorial Day is every day. Long story, Joe Andres was killed December 24th, 2005. Over in Iraq. So the thing is, I don't really want to think about the loss per se. It's about thinking of the good memories and how do you harness that. So for the viewers out there, if you're going to take nothing else away, remember Joe Andres, and remember he was, as I dubbed him, the Baghdad Christmas cake thief. So obviously he was killed Christmas Eve. And to kind of lead up to this point, I would find these Christmas cakes either in my bed, in my kit, in my boot, just around. I was like, who is putting these things here? And literally a couple hours before Joe was killed, before we launched out the door, I caught him. He was getting ready to stick a Christmas cake in my stuff. And I was like, it's you. So, here's the thing. It's funny because at least in the hog house, the Christmas cakes, that's a tradition. You can only eat one. So they come packaged, or they used to come packaged back then, 2 to a cake or 2 to a package. Now they're just one. But my wife, God bless her soul, man, married 26 years. She found these. I mean, granted, they're 4th of July and we're not big cake fans, but she bought them in memory of Joe. So it's just, that's our continuing memory towards him. So it's not a day for some of us out there. It's every day.
It's such a powerful story, and obviously it's still so emotional to this day. What is your advice for us as ordinary Americans, people who didn't serve in the military? How can we best honor the fallen?
Trust me, you're not that far from somebody that knows someone that has paid the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And that's the way. Just don't take a day to honor them. Honor them every single day. Every single day you look at that flag, go, you know what? I'm grateful for those that gave their life for my freedoms.
I can't thank you enough for being willing to share your story. I want to know, how can we support Warhog the best?
Really, it's just kind of getting the word out there what Warhog's doing as far as our open enrollment classes. Warhog.com is where we're located at. You guys can just go there. Obviously on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Warhog Tactical. And then that's how we kind of get the word out there as far as what we're doing. And again, we push, the firearms training to, both civilian, military, and law enforcement. So if you are that first-time firearms owner and you're looking to improve your skills, hey, reach out and sign up for a open enrollment class.
Listen, Rick, thank you so much. Honestly, you're incredible. You're doing amazing work. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your positive energy. And we will be thinking of you and Joe and every veteran, who has served and who has made the ultimate sacrifice.
Thanks, John. And just remember too, if you and other people out there thanking, the service member, thank the families as well, because we couldn't do it without them.
All right, Randy Couture, thank you so much for joining us on Salute Across America. How are you doing out there in Las Vegas?
We're doing well. We're doing well. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Things are starting to open up. Our favorite restaurant, about a half mile away, just opened up in a limited capacity. We're in the throes of getting the gym back in order and back cleaned up, because we took the advantage of making a lot of home improvement stuff in the gym while it's been closed. So we're excited to get the guys back on the mat. Obviously not grappling right away, but the striking classes and the conditioning classes we'll be able to do in a limited capacity and open back up. So we're excited about that.
That's awesome. Now, you have such a unique perspective. You obviously are well known for being in the military and for being Captain America, with MMA. Tell me about what Memorial Day means to you.
Well, Memorial Day is, first of all, it's a day that a lot of our vets struggle with, because they lost people, and this survivor's guilt is a huge thing with a lot of our guys that have been deployed and served in combat and lost their buddies. So Memorial Day is can be a very tough weekend for a lot of our guys. So connecting with them is very important. It reminds me of my father and my uncle and my great grandfather, who all served in various capacities in various wars. And I mean, that's what it's about. It's about remembering those family members or those friends that made those sacrifices and did those things. And that's what it means to me.
Now, you've created a charity, MVP, Merging Vets and Players. And it's just an incredible organization. Tell our audience about it and how they can support it.
Well, the two guys that founded the organization were Jay Glazer and Nate Boyer. Nate was a Green Beret and then made the Seahawks at the long snapper. So he kind of wore both those hats, similar to me. I wore both. I wore my military uniform. I wore professional athlete's attire for 14 years as a fighter. So we both understood that dynamic, and walking away from that, that's a big piece of your identity. And that transition can be really, really rough for a lot of folks, whether they were athletes or soldiers. Jay and Nate recognized this same dilemma in both those groups of people too, and they founded and came up with this idea of merging vets and players because of the mutual respect between the two groups. They can lean on each other. They're speaking the same language, struggling with the same things in a lot of ways. Honestly, it's been harder to break through to our ball players, our athletes. There's a bravado, being a professional athlete in our society is a huge thing. We put all the guys up on pedestals. We expect them not to be human, not to struggle with anything. They're superhuman to us. We see them every weekend on the television. There's something in our psyche and in our society that makes them almost superhuman. What do you mean? He can't make those kind of mistakes. It can't be normal, can't be human. It's a little easier to get through to our vets. They literally have dug foxholes and been on the front line. And but again, that service, that part of them is a huge piece of their identity. You don't strip those uniforms away and just expect them to waltz right back into the civilian world. They're very special individuals that can take that oath or make that and do that training. What percentage of the population does that? A very, very small percentage. So it makes those guys very, very, very special. And so creating a place and getting these guys together where they can talk, first of all, train, because to a man, they're like, oh, you should have seen me when I was competing or when I was in the service. I was in shape. I was running every day. It was, and so getting them sweating, getting them in the gym breaks down some of those barriers, connects them in a way that nothing else can. And then we spend some time what we call the huddle. Sitting on the mat, talking, letting it out. If you got a demon or something that's bothering you, the only people that are there are us. There's nobody outside, there's nobody else. So you can let those demons out, let them into the light. They don't like the light. There's no stigma attached to that, which in both these groups, vulnerability is looked at as a sign of weakness, and it's not. So getting them in a safe place where they can let those things out. They can talk about the struggles with their wife or in their relationship. They can talk about their struggles with the VA or what's going on there, or they're looking for a job. I mean, our first 8 guys were literally homeless in LA. They were veterans and they were homeless. And now all those guys are off the street. All those guys are contributing and come to as regular members of MVP. It's been a very powerful thing, and we're very happy that in the 4 years we've been running this, none of our MVPers have taken their own lives. And so
wow, that's an incredible stat.
Yeah, so we're very happy about that.
Unreal. Now, one of the things that's fascinating to me about you as not only a fighter but as a person is how resilient you are. You really took me under your wing when I first came to you and said, hey, I want to do the show Fight Science, and I don't know anything about MMA. And you're like, let me school you on this. And as you were schooling me, you obviously coined the term kinetic chess. And you said, MMA is about kinetic chess. It's an endless series of if-then movements. And what's really stuck with me is how that is what life is about. It's this endless series of if-then movements. And when people say, well, what was it like to work with Randy? Is he the hardest puncher? Is he the strongest guy? Is he the biggest? I'm like, you go ask Randy. Randy is this Swiss Army knife who's able to box if he needs to. He can wrestle. He obviously has a great wrestling background. But you're to me, the attribute that you have is you're resilient. I mean, you're never out of a fight. If you lose a fight, you come back. You are willing to put it back out there. Share with us the keys that you find to being resilient.
I think it's for me, it was making friends with the worst possible outcome. Then, if in my life the worst thing that ever happened to me was I lost a big wrestling match, which I have, or I lost a big fight, a title fight in front of 25,000 people, which I have. If that's the worst thing that happens to me in my life, I'm doing pretty damn good. The people that really matter, my family, my real friends that know me, that don't care about the natural or Captain America or any of that other stuff that came from MMA and being a professional fighter, they're not going anywhere. They don't care if I win or lose. Obviously, they want me to be successful. They want me to be injured, but they don't care about that stuff. That's just something I do. And I had to find that frame, wrap that frame around fighting, about putting myself out there. And I mean, you're not in any more vulnerable position standing in your trunks in front of 20,000+ people, or you might get knocked out. You might look silly. So just making friends with that possibility, and then being diligent, do as the work. There's no guarantee I'm going to win or lose, but I'm going to do everything I know how to do to ensure and put myself in a position to win. And I can live with that. Whatever the outcome is, I know I've done everything I can. And I'm going to learn. Those losses are way more important to me than those wins. Those are where I studied tape, studied what I did wrong, how I came back to improve. And, a lot of guys don't want to see the one they lost. It makes them uncomfortable. I was like, no, that's where the learning is. That's where I'm going to get better, both as a man and an athlete, is in figuring out what psychologically or physically I did wrong in that circumstance. So that's been my mindset. That's something I learned from wrestling. I started wrestling for all the wrong reasons at 10 years old, trying to get my dad's attention. My dad was never around, and heard what a tough guy and what a great wrestler he was as a kid. So I thought, oh, if I wrestle, maybe he'll come around. He never saw me wrestle one match, not one. But I found my calling. I found the place I belong. Those coaches were very important to me. When I needed a kick in the ass, they were the guys to step up and do that. When I needed someone to throw their arm around me and say, hey, it's going to be all right. You did a good job. You're going to be all right. They were the guys.
Of his willingness to help me in my career was truly staggering. When I went to him, I literally knew nothing about mixed martial arts. And I said to him, hey, I want to make a show called Fight Science. And, he stepped up and helped in a huge way and really started a movement for people to view sport in a different way. Lacey, one thing that Randy said was he wants to make friends with the worst possible outcome. That's how to be resilient. What are your thoughts?
I mean, he's such an overall badass. It's about that adaptability, about finding the challenge and making yourself as uncomfortable as possible. Because you know what? Life's going to kick your ass. You are going to be put in some situations that you didn't even ask for. But people like him and motivators that continue to challenge themselves they'll take it with flying colors, because you know what? They know what hard times are. They purposely make sure that they are physically, mentally, emotionally ready to adapt and kick that challenge's ass. And I feel like, his mindset, he is such a strong man. And not only that, but he's making other people strong. So that way, when those challenges come in life, financially, emotionally, mentally, they're ready for it. So he's definitely a motivator.
Now, listen, Lacey, I can't thank you enough for your time and your thoughts. And I know that you got to go. I think you have you had other things planned. I don't know if it was frogging or riding a horse or doing something, but I can't thank you enough for your time. Do you have any parting words for us?
I mean, just with it being Memorial Day, with everything that we're all going through, don't stop the barbecues. Don't stop the good times. This is America. Take your shoes off. Put your bare feet in our freaking sand. But just take a moment to remember them. Remember the ones who gave the ultimate sacrifice, and make America worth fighting for. Make America worth dying for, because that is what they did. And we have the ability to take that, have a moment of silence, but then pick up that pack and put it on our shoulders and make America worth fighting and dying for, because that's what they did, and that's our job. So happy Memorial Day. Freaking keep your heads up.
Okay.
Families that lost their loved ones and veterans who saw it. Keep on pushing. Keep your head up. Drink that beer. Put that steak on that barbecue and freaking be with your families, and just take a moment, but keep on kicking ass and taking names and being the Americans that we are.
Listen, thank you so much, Lacey. You're amazing. I'm so glad I got a chance to meet you, and I feel like this is just the beginning of something big. Have a great weekend, and we're going to roll on. We've got 3 other incredible human beings. We've got Andy Stump, We have Dan Holloway, who I've gotten to know over the last few months and is a true intellect. We also have Pat Mack. He's with T-Max Inc.'s Tactics, Marksmanship, Adventure, Concept Security. He's another amazing intellect and incredible human being. So let's go ahead and roll those 3 packages, and we'll see you on the other side. Andy Stump, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
All right, so you really have a unique perspective. Obviously, you were a Navy SEAL, and now you're out in the real world and have your own awesome podcast. I want you to tell us, what does it mean to be a veteran and to be a former Navy SEAL? What does that even mean?
Yeah, that's actually a tough question. I think the answer to that is going to vary by person. The military is such a melting pot of individuals. It's a slice of society. And I served with every belief structure, every background imaginable. I mean, I really don't think that I missed anything. And service means more to some than others. Pre 9/11, a lot of people would look at military service as a way to escape an economic system, or perhaps they were looking at it for their educational benefits. When I came in 96, I knew that I wanted to be a SEAL, but it was a concept. I didn't have anything to really base what it might look like if we went to war. I thought I knew what being a SEAL was going to be, and then post 9/11, it switched from being theoretical to practical. I'm very lucky that I was able to come back. And, when I came back, it was with all of my appendages, all of my fingers and toes. And I would say I'm largely unscathed. But there are many people, men and women, since the inception of this country that haven't had that opportunity. They had the same freedoms, but they took an additional step and they volunteered to wear a uniform to try to protect those freedoms. And this is another point I try to make when people will say, hey, thank you for protecting or providing me my freedom. I think it's important to realize that I and every other soldier, actually, that we don't provide you your freedom. The freedoms that we have in this country were secured by the founding documents of this country. But those pieces of paper are not able to stop bullets, and they're not able to protect the citizens absent action and people who are willing to step into the breach and put their life on the line for that. And that, for me, is the value of Memorial Day and why it's so important, because I'm so incredibly grateful for the freedoms that we have. And I've seen firsthand exactly what it takes, not to create those freedoms, but to protect them for everybody else who lives under the banner of our flag.
One of the things that's most appealing about you as a human being is you're not willing to even venture into a topic and assert an opinion unless you feel educated about it. So that when you do render an opinion about something, it's from a place where you feel as though I've educated myself and I have an opinion on this. So I'm very interested to hear your answer to this next question. How do you think we get out of the current situation that we're in? What do you think ultimately happens?
I think this is the perfect time for people to look at how much information they consume in a positive versus negative percentage base, and to look at how much time they're spending on social media or a screen of any type. The amount of information that you uptake directly informs your behavior. And if the vast majority of that, in my opinion, is negative, it explains to me why people are making decisions based on fear and in panic. And those are the worst mental states to be making decisions in. Everything that I was taught when I was a SEAL is to maintain control of my emotions and not allow fear and panic to override my decision-making process. And it's very possible to teach yourself how to do that. But you have to, one, be willing to take an objective look at yourself, and two, dedicate yourself towards controlling the things that you can, which, if you really look at your life, the only thing that you can control is yourself.
Listen, Andy, I cannot thank you enough for joining us and taking time and sharing your thoughts. I really do appreciate your service, and I appreciate your intellect most of all.
Yeah, my pleasure. I've been light on the intellect, but I do what I can.
Pat Mack, thank you so much for joining us.
Right on. Thanks, John, for having me. Appreciate being here.
You have such a unique perspective. Tell me, what does Memorial Day mean to you?
It's somber and sobering, but it could also be a day to rejoice, and reflect and be proud and happy about those who we have lost. My wife and I saluted her brother yesterday because it was his birthday, but we'll do it again on Memorial Day. He was a 275 guy who lost his life in Afghanistan. And I like to sit and think about all of the friends that I have lost. And I have kind of a tradition where I'll jot their names down. And sometimes it's daunting because I realize how many friends I have lost. But I'll think about good stories about each one of them. And I'll sip a little bourbon and toast each one of them and think about the silly, kooky stuff that they have done, and I will celebrate their lives versus mourning it.
In terms of being broken, I think all of us have felt broken, and it becomes relative, right? The sort of trauma in your own life and the things that you have just become relative to yourself, and it's very hard to compare. But it seems like our country today, it got kind of thrown off axis a bit. What's the key to being resilient and finding your way back?
When I retired, I found myself physically broken. So, 4 reconstructive surgeries, 13 broken bones, a lot of arthritis and numbing of the hands and extremities and, all that distal numbness that goes in line with, spinal injuries. But I realized I was also emotionally and mentally broken to some degree too. But I couldn't accept it as something that I was going to live with. It was a part of me, but it was not going to define me. It was not going to be me. And I remember a point in my life where I told myself that I will not be defeated. I am down, but I'm not buried. And if I am buried, I'm not truly buried, but I am planted. I am truly an optimist. I can't stand pessimism because it's toxic, and malignant. And I truly believe that we are going to emerge better from this thing that we are going through right now. And I truly believe that, but no matter what you're dealing with in life, you have to think about this. Consider today the first day of the rest of your life, and make a small improvement every day. Give yourself some kind of meaning, because most of us human beings, we need meaning. We need meaning to persevere, to succeed, for sustainment. And me included, I have to have that meaning, that purpose. So give yourself purpose day to day and rock your freaking life, man.
That's well said. Well said for sure. Pat Mack, you are incredible. And we're asking everyone if they would be willing to just salute our fallen who have protected our freedom. Would you give us a nice, proper military salute?
Hell yeah. Let me drop this a little bit and come back and center up. Bam.
Nice. That's awesome.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Pat Mack, you are truly one of a kind. We'll all be following you. And we all will continue to derive inspiration from your incredible words.
Cool, brother. Thanks, John. Appreciate you having me.
Dan Holloway,
yes.
The man, the myth, the legend. Thank you for joining us. You have really commanded attention with your wit and your intellect and your podcast, and just your view on things is so authentic. I want you to put in perspective for us what it actually means to serve in the military? You've had the chance to deal with so many people who've gone through, whether or not it's special forces or any of the branches. What do you think it means?
I guess it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To people who have seen war, I would say that we're all walking around with a list of names. Some of us wear them on our wrists. Some of us wear them on apparel or whatever, but we all wear them on our souls. And that's what it really means to us. So when we come back to the United States, we expect the country to be worth it, right? So we know for a fact that the idea of America, the principles that this country was founded upon, are absolutely worth us fighting and dying. We have no question about that. And if you have any question about that, you probably shouldn't be in the military. So we have no question about that. We depend on people back home to make sure that this is a country worth fighting for, because we can't do it all ourselves. We can do the fighting, but we need you guys to do the building. That's what it means to us. It's a trade,
On this Memorial Day weekend, do you have a personal story of a friend or a loved one who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedom?
Yeah, I do actually. My buddy Tom Zach, he was in my unit at 2325, 82nd Airborne, 2nd Brigade. We were the first unit deployed in the surge in 2007. We were on Christmas leave and got the call on December 27th, and as is the case in the 82nd Airborne, we were airbound to the Middle East within 72 hours or 96 hours, something like that. All the 2nd Platoon Bravo Company guys obviously loved him. He was like a big brother to everybody. He was one of those leaders that genuinely took interest in what you took interest in. Instead of trying to pull you to his direction, he met you where you were, and that's the sign of a leader. And on September 25th, 2007, he was killed in action.
We will absolutely be praying for him and for everyone else. As a veteran yourself, what does Memorial Day just mean to you on a personal level?
It's two parts. So one is what I was talking about before, and I hate to quote Rocky, although I do love Sylvester Stallone. But when asked what he wanted, he said, "I want what every veteran wants. I want my country to love me as much as I loved it." And I guess the other part is I want to see people exercise the freedoms that I fought for, and I think that's what a lot of veterans want. I think we're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs at that point, but it's like validation and things like that. Obviously I want to know that my sacrifice is worth it. There's two ways that the public can really show that to veterans out there. One is to verbally appreciate what they are doing, and through action make sure you're making this a country worth fighting for. And the second part is have fun, enjoy this country. This is the best country in the world. We fought hard to make it that way, so please enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Tell me, what is one military charity that you think that our audience should take a look at if they're not familiar with it?
Well, my favorite actually is the Folded Flag Foundation. It's run by the Golden Knights, Vegas Golden Knights, the hockey team. And it's run by their owner, who also owns Fidelity Insurance and all stuff. What the Folded Flag Foundation does is it provides the widows or widowers of service members killed in action with either training and school for their children or for themselves. They pick these people up sometimes as early as junior high school. I've seen really young kids, and put them through private schools and get them into advanced technical training. And the same thing for spouses and stuff like that. And it's not just they write a check and get you into college. They make sure you go from the training process to the employment process, and anything you need in between there, they take care of that.
Well, listen, Dan, I appreciate you taking time to share your thoughts, and you're an inspiration. Honestly, I thank you for your service. Thank you for your wit. And I thank you for your positive energy. I think your message of have fun is one that's really important.
Thank you.
All right. Those were some really incredible words. Scott Husing, we're now joined also by G-Dub, by GW Garrison. G-Dub, you're an amazing intellect, incredibly witty and sharp. We worked together out at Killcliff. I wanted to get your thoughts first, though, Scott. Where were you thinking when Pat Mack said, that he's not going to be buried? He said, "I won't be buried. I'll be planted."
I think he's such an interesting guy. I mean, there's so many philosophies on how to continue to fight and live your life and go down like a warrior. I think that's embedded in a lot of people, and continuing to lead. My leadership and connection didn't stop when I left for Ramadi. It didn't stop when I finished my book. It didn't stop when I left the Marine Corps. I still feel that connection to the day I die, and I'm privileged. Very privileged to continue to be able to lead those men and women who fought alongside of us, the Gold Star families, who are just such an inextricable part of who we are, that give so much love to us unconditionally, that sustains us to this day. So I think everybody wants to go out like that because it's in our DNA. And I think that's a very special part of people, less than 0.5% who serve, those who I call protectors, who are willing to do more for other people to help them that can't help themselves. And I think that's a very rare breed, and you should never be ashamed of that.
That's very well said. G-Dub, you and I get to work with a lot of Navy SEALs at Killcliff. What's interesting is when Dan Holloway said, "Have fun," you really think about like John Timar, who we get to work with, and Andy Stump, or, anybody else that we get to work with just because of our relationship with Killcliff. How much does that resonate with you, of the idea of, look, life is designed to be fun, to have a good time? It's interesting how, the men and women who are in battle really resonate the idea of, listen, I'm fighting in order for you to have fun.
Yeah. Wow. I'm in awe just listening, first off, to all the stories today. And it really actually kind of taught me how to treat Memorial Day, really. It is a somber occasion, but listening to these guys, it's inspiring me to, live my best life and enjoy the American freedoms that they fought for. And I think that's what he's talking about right there is, they didn't pay the ultimate sacrifice for us to be miserable. They paid that so we could live this American dream that we do. And it really resonates. So first off, in awe, and really getting to learn about all these companies and brands and individuals that came on today. But it really taught me what I'm supposed to be doing on Memorial Day as well. And that's, living my best life.
Absolutely. Well, we're approaching the end here. We still have a few more businesses and charities that we want to feature. Coming up right now, we have JJ Pinter, Alana Myers-Taylor, and one of my favorite people, John Gordon. If you do not currently follow John Gordon on social media, you need to. Every day he's putting out inspirational quotes, words to live by, and not just cliches, things that are really well thought through. So let's go ahead and take a look at these packages. Joining us now is JJ Pinter. JJ, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Doing awesome. Now, there are a lot of great military charities that we're supporting. You are heading up Team Red, White, and Blue. Tell everybody about it because it's incredible.
Team MVP is a national veteran-serving nonprofit, and we're really focused on something simple. We want veterans to have an effective transition out of the military so they can live healthy lives and go back and serve in their communities. And we do it through physical and social activity. Nobody argues that exercise is good for you, and especially now, kind of mid-COVID, everyone's understanding the importance of social connection. It's even more important in veterans, and so that's what we do.
So what does Memorial Day mean to you? Do you have a sort of personal story of, a friend that means a lot to you that you could share with us?
On a very personal level, I'm an Army veteran, and not only during the course of the war, there were some people that I know, but I think very much so I'm a West Point grad, and there was, I graduated in 2001, a few months before the September 11th attacks. And So like, that's kind of all I knew in the military was war. I kind of graduated into it and that's all I knew. And like, I had 5 of my classmates who all died kind of in direct action. And then sadly, some have died kind of, after the war. And so those are, actually this flag I have here is a memorial to one of them. His name's Joe Lusk. He was a pilot who died. So, sadly, I wish I couldn't answer that question, but I can.
What's the best way our audience can support you?
Team RWB, I think get involved would be the best way. Like, you can go to our website and just get involved. It's free. We have chapters in 200 cities. Like, we have virtual events. Like, get involved. And if you're not a veteran, get to know a veteran. I think that's probably the best way. And, however your involvement wants to go after that, we'd love to have you in any way. I think, on a more personal level, there's this kind of weird dynamic around Memorial Day where people want to do something and they want to say something, but maybe, oftentimes they don't know what to say, so they don't say anything. Everyone I know loves to share the stories of people they know that they lost. So don't feel awkward about it. Ask someone, I love to share fond memories of friends I have that are gone. So I would say don't be scared to strike up a conversation. And if you know someone who's a veteran, ask them about it, because I'm sure that they want to help kind of keep those stories alive.
You're doing amazing work. So God bless you. Thank you so much for taking the time.
No, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting this together.
Alana Myers Taylor, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
Now, you are a 3-time Olympic medalist in the bobsled. First of all, tell everybody about the commitment it takes to be an Olympian, because it's a rare breed to just get into the Olympics, much less to win multiple medals.
Yeah, well, at first, it's a huge honor to be able to win medals. Military service wasn't for me. It was something I looked into, but it wasn't for me. So I thought the next best thing I could do was to try and win medals for my country. So any quote-unquote sacrifices I've had to give to try and win medals, it's been an honor. And I don't really see them as sacrifices. It's what I do. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication, but for me, it's in the pursuit of a goal, so it's worth every moment of it.
Right. Now, your father was in combat, correct?
Yes, he served in the Gulf War.
And in serving in the Gulf War, tell me about your experience of, your military upbringing and also what Memorial Day means to you.
So having a military family, a military background, it's always been a huge source of pride for my family to serve our country. And like I said, for me, it happens to be sliding down ice in a sled. But for my father to have that background, he really instilled in us a sense of pride in our country and a sense of sacrifice and giving up possibly your life to serve your country. And that's what Memorial Day is all about. And having that kind of upbringing, learning that from a very young age, it makes you really proud to be American.
Do you have any particular military charities that you want to turn us on to?
I think Wounded Warriors was the one I would raise awareness for. They've done so much. We've had some Wounded Warriors come out and partner with bobsled, and they've been able to take trips. And actually now we have Paralympic bobsled. So we're trying to get more vets into Paralympic bobsled, after they serve their military career. And, if they come home with injuries or whatnot, they can come and join us on the bobsled team. So Wounded Warriors has been a great recruiting ground for us and a great way to provide so many opportunities, so many vets and wounded vets in that case.
Awesome. God bless you. Thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you.
John Gordon, you're down in Florida. How are things going in the Sunshine State?
Hey, things are good. It's the land of freedom right now. Things are opening up. My beach is now open. And, we really have a a low amount of deaths here in Florida. People are moving around. They're starting to be active. I mean, they're being smart, of course, and so forth, but everything's been great down here.
So with Memorial Day upon us, you are probably one of the most qualified people to put things in perspective for us. How blessed are we to be Americans?
We are so blessed. This is the greatest country on earth. It's the land of freedom. We were found on the principle of freedom, and that freedom makes us who we truly are. When we are free, we're at our best. When we're talking about freedom, we're at our best. It's an ideal that other countries did not have. We're also blessed to be able to start here or live here or grow here a business and a family and a life. I think about my family. My dad was a New York City police officer, undercover narcotics. My parents never made more than $30,000 a year combined. And they raised me in a way that I now get to live my purpose as a writer and speaker. And I think it wouldn't be possible somewhere else. It was only possible in America.
Memorial Day is really about sacrifice. Tell us, in your brilliant words, what does sacrifice really require?
It requires the willingness to focus on others, not yourself. It's we before me. So it's willing, it's being willing in some ways to sacrifice your life for another. It's willing to give up your time, your energy for another. It's to put someone else before yourself, that I'm going to help that person, that they're going to be more important than my own needs, that my own desires right now. And so it might be a man who sacrifices for his wife and says, whatever you want, honey, I'm going to do it for you. I'm here for you. It looks like that. It looks like so many different things. The three key words to any great leader are love, serve, and care. And to me, sacrifice is all about serving others before yourself.
John, you are so brilliant. How do people get in touch with you? How do we get all your books? How do we book you for speaking engagements? What's the best way?
Well, it's very kind of you. JohnGordon.com, JON Gordon.com, Twitter, Instagram, at JONGordon11.
We're asking everybody who's coming on the show to leave us with a salute. John Gordon, God bless you. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. Honestly, the world needs more positive people like you. And I cannot tell you how much I admire and respect you.
Thanks, John. God bless you.
Welcome everyone, Mike Chat here, in conjunction with Martial Tribes, the ultimate martial arts page on Facebook. We are here to salute all of our incredible military service members, their families, and those who have served across the globe, especially those who have fought and fallen for our freedoms. Martial art instructors across the country are here helping to provide training for military personnel and their families to keep local communities safe, while those in service are protecting our freedoms on the front lines. Together with Martial Tribes, we will be offering special content and support for military personnel and their families. You've heard the saying, we don't know them, but we owe them. A tremendous debt is owed our fallen heroes that can never fully be repaid, but we can honor their sacrifice and celebrate their memories always. Here's to those who have fought and fallen to protect our way of life. We salute you. Happy Memorial Day.
Let me tell you, Mike Chat is one of my best friends. When I say one of my best friends, I mean that genuinely. I met Mike Chat the same week I met my wife. And, you know, my wife and I have been married for 17 years. And Mike Chat and I are, you know, incredibly close friends. We've been through a ton together. He actually was in the very first sports science type program that we did called XMA. And Mike has forged a new road in martial arts, and he's involved with Martial Tribes. If you are not subscribed to it on Facebook, you need to go to Martial Tribes on Facebook. Make sure that you subscribe. He's going to be having all kinds of offers for, men and women in the armed forces and for vets, and doing all kinds of special things in martial arts. And in terms of that world of martial arts, G-Dub, you know it well. You are a champion jiu-jitsu practitioner. Talk to me about, martial arts and how, so many men and women in the armed forces come out and get involved with martial arts.
Yeah, I think it's an easy transition. A lot of guys, guys and gals, when they get out of the military, they're looking for that team environment and they're looking for the camaraderie. They spend a great deal of time, blood, sweat, and tears with a group of people, and then that goes away, and they really search for that, and they can find that a lot of times, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, jiu-jitsu, where you go and, you break sweat with another group of individuals and they become your new team. So that's what we get a lot of. And it's awesome to see. And I think it really helps out for sure.
It's fun. Yeah. What's interesting is, I wanted to get Scott, your thoughts on John Gordon said, love, serve, and care are the three most important words. What do you think?
Absolutely. You have to have your own ethos. And I think is a basic tenet of leadership is that type of servant leadership. And I was lucky enough to come up through the ranks as a young enlisted Marine and then ultimately become an officer. And it didn't make me a better officer, but it gave me absolute perspective of those young men and women's time and how valuable it is. But I think it's really important to, every time I listen to Brian Chantosh, who I actually mentioned in my book because he trained my lieutenants, when I talk to guys like Brian that have that warrior ethos and that commitment to stay grounded and to stay humble, I think there's probably no other quality that I try and emulate and admire other people.
Right. Well, we have three other guys. We're winding things down. Three other guys from the NFL who were very generous with their time. We have Lorenzo Alexander, Ben Garland, and Grady Jarrett. They all took their time to give us some really great thoughts. So let's go ahead and roll those packages. So Ben Garland, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Now, you grew up in Colorado, right?
Yeah, born and raised.
Talk to me about how much you love Colorado.
Absolutely love Colorado. Love living here. Traveled all over the United States, but it's definitely number one in my heart. Between the mountains and the rivers and the lakes and just the general culture, everyone so patriotic and yet just love to get outdoors and go on adventures.
What's incredible about your career is you've been both in the military with the Air Force and also in the NFL. Talk to me about how those two worlds have come together.
Yeah, it's been an interesting career so far, but I've loved my ability. The past 8 years, I've been in the Colorado Air National Guard at Buckley Air Force Base, and I've loved it. It's such a cool dichotomy of having the military and just having that other team outside of football, the other job I go to, where you get that same thing, you get that diverse group of people from all walks of life trying to be the best in the world. And I love my ability to go back in the off seasons and work with them.
With Memorial Day upon us, talk to me about how important it is for the history of our country, for our men and women in the armed services to have laid down their lives. What's the best way for us to honor them?
I think it's just one of those things where just honor them and honor their families. A lot of their families are left here, and I know I'm really close with a few of them. Got a Taps family that I'm really close with, Coopers and Katie and Cooper, and their husband lost his life in 2016, and just being close to them, supporting them and supporting their families. And I think that's what they'd really want for us to do after they've made that ultimate sacrifice for us.
What is the ultimate way to salute our troops?
I think it's just being there for them and supporting them and being that community and inviting their families over for barbecues, treating them well. Anytime I see someone in a uniform at a place, I'll buy them a meal. It's just one of those things. Just say thanks, because it really is. They are sacrificing a lot more. just their times while they're deployed away from their family, that's tough. I know it's really tough on them and their families. Just imagine if you were gone away from your family for a year at a time, and it really puts a strain on things.
We are asking everybody to properly salute the troops of the men and women who have fallen to save our freedom. Would you give us a proper salute for the troops?
Yeah, the proper. I mean, I'm sitting down right now, so that wouldn't even be proper as it is. But you need to be at the position of attention. So you got to get your heels together, your feet a little bit apart, hands clasped along the inseam of your pants, and then you're going to raise your fingertips along the front side of your shirt, right along the buttons, until it comes to the edge. You got to tilt your hand. You got to tilt it right here, about 45 degrees.
There.
Other direction. Keep tilting those pinkies down.
There.
And you want your middle finger right there on the edge of your. Yep. And then and then your arms got to be parallel to the ground. And then you got to hold it until the superior officer holds it, and then whenever they relinquish it, then you can. It's getting better.
I'm getting better at it.
Yeah. You had a rough moment there for a little bit. We're not Canadian.
It was like a little rocky.
Little rocky.
Listen, Ben, thank you so much for taking time today to honor the men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Cannot thank you enough for your service. Can't thank you enough just for being such a positive human being. God bless you, and have an awesome weekend.
And thanks for doing this and supporting the troops. I really appreciate it.
Lorenzo Alexander, how are you?
I'm doing great. Really enjoying life right now out here in Phoenix. And even though we're going through a pandemic, things are going well for us, but I got time to spend with the kids and the family after a long NFL career.
In terms of the sacrifice that our men and women have made over the years, in terms of laying down their lives to protect our freedom, I mean, I've always struck with a sense of awe when I pass a military cemetery. What are your feelings about how incredible our armed forces are?
Both my grandparents served in the military, and fortunately they didn't die in battle. And so I got a chance to kind of hear some of the stories growing up about just the people they came in contact with, the type of men and women that they served with. And obviously, anytime that you make that ultimate sacrifice of laying down your life for your brother, for your neighbor, for the country, for people that you don't even know, it's just so inspiring to be able to be that type of person. And so I have so much respect for our men and women that currently serve, as well as those that have made that ultimate sacrifice of passing away in the line of duty.
Would you be willing to salute those men and women who have fallen to save our freedom with me?
Of course.
Let's go up and down. Nice. Thank you so much for joining Salute Across America. Can't thank you enough. You're such an inspiration to so many people. God bless you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And thank you for all the troops out there that are still serving.
Grady Jarrett, thank you so much for joining us. How are things down there in Georgia?
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me. Things are as good as they can be right now down in Georgia. Loving it. It's where I'm from. So, it's been cool.
Now, with Memorial Day upon us, talk to me about how proud are you to be an American right now? Because you really are the American dream.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It means so much to be an American. We live in the greatest country in the world. And, I like to treat it as such. We got people that have fought for our freedoms and the opportunities we have here to chase the dreams and passions that we have on a personal level it's a huge, for me, it's a huge blessing. And it's something that, unfortunately, everybody across the world don't have the opportunity to do. So to be an American, man, I don't take it lightly.
You're one of the biggest, most powerful people in the NFL. And when you see somebody who, a serviceman or woman, somebody in the armed forces, how humbling is it just to see somebody who's willing to literally lay their life on the line for us to have our freedom?
I mean, it's very humbling. It's very humbling. That's the highest sacrifice somebody can do, put themselves out there on the front lines, whether it's putting themselves out there in the midst of a pandemic to be exposed to potential virus, or a soldier going out there, going to war, training day in and day out to protect the country. It's just so commendable, and you can't do nothing but respect it, and it makes you want to go harder in whatever realm of life that you're in. But I just think the effort that we put forward towards, just being good people, good, Americans, that's how we pay that respect back to the people out on the front line.
Would you be willing to just give a quick salute for us to those who have fought for our freedom?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Right there. Yes, sir.
Listen, Grady Jarrett, thank you so much. God bless you, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you play this season.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Much love, John. Thank you for having me on.
Eric, the trainer, the man, the myth, the legend, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, man. It's great to be here.
All right, look, you are without a doubt one of the most positive people I've ever met. And you've had the great opportunity to train with the greatest athletes, the greatest actors, and with tons of people in the military. Talk to me about your experience with dealing with men and women from the military, especially those who are in special forces.
Well, I can tell you this, John. Dealing with the military, getting a chance to go train them overseas. I was brought over to the Middle East several times to raise their motivation and their fitness level. It is absolutely the biggest honor of my career. I am so grateful to the military that the fact that I can have a career, the fact that they protect us all, I am forever grateful. And I love working with the military. These are very motivated young men and women. And I say young because I was over in the Middle East in an undisclosed location, which I can't tell you. And I was sitting there in the cafeteria. There were about 20 soldiers around me, men and women. And when the lunch was over, we stood up and one of them said, "Can I give you a hug?" And as they gave me this wonderful hug, there was something that was tapping against my leg. It was a machine gun. And this person was the same age as my son. So it was a very young guy. But I can tell you that they are brave, they're powerful, and I am dedicated to helping them in any way that I can.
God bless you. Have an awesome holiday, and keep on keeping on.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone in the military. You guys are the superheroes. Thank you so much.
All right. Now I have to tell you honestly, I know a lot of people. I don't know anyone who is more positive than Eric, the trainer. I mean, honestly, I don't know, G-Dub and Scott, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to meet Eric, but he is so positive. There is no such thing as a bad day, a bad moment. He is so positive. And you say to yourself, I met Eric and have become great friends with him. And I met him years ago. And when I met him, I said, there's no way he can be this positive all the time. He actually is. It's unbelievable. He's a truly special human being. So what were your thoughts on Grady Jarrett, G-Dub? You live down in Atlanta with Grady. He's a pretty special guy.
Yeah, obviously, being in Atlanta, everybody knows Grady Jarrett down here. And also Ben Garland, we miss him. He was a former Atlanta Falcon that's now moved on. So congratulations to him. And it looks like he's doing well. And I know Grady apparently just signed a pretty lengthy deal here, so he'll be in my backyard for a while. But definitely, it's great to hear from those guys. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You finish.
And then to your first point, yeah, Eric the trainer, he's oozing positivity. He wasn't talking more than 10, 15 seconds, and I had a permagrin on my face.
Exactly.
You just can't contain it, right?
Scott, talk to us about the power of positive thinking.
Well, what's great about this project, John, is all of these public figures and celebrities and sports athletes, they did one thing. They showed up. They gave of themselves and they gave of their time. And yeah, getting big checks written for your nonprofit is nice, but they're giving. And when I hang around guys like you or Randy Couture, Dan Henderson, or Tito Ortiz, and I can't go toe to toe with your sports acumen either. G-Dub might be able to, but I tell you, the fact that they show up and really put some skin in the game, I tell you, it's very humbling to me for a kid that barely graduated high school to join the Marine Corps and make a name for himself to some degree and be surrounded by a lot of great people. It's very humbling to, when I look now.
Absolutely. We've got a couple packages actually that I want to run now. We have Pete McBride and Joe Huffman are two outside of the box, real American, like truly unique Americans. I think that we should roll those packages first, and then we're going to follow up with Molly Brown and Tim Samuelak doing Hallelujah. So let's see if we can roll the outside of the box packages first, because they're not our traditional packages, but they're nonetheless American. So I really think should be celebrated because they have some really incredible stories. Let's go ahead and roll those.
Hey, I'm Pete McBride. I was the 2016 National Geographic Adventure of the Year. I'm a photographer and filmmaker, and I live in Colorado. I spent over a year walking 750 miles through the Grand Canyon, going from east to west, something that very few people have done. More people have stood on the surface of the moon than have walked the entire length of the Grand Canyon without stopping. I went in like a lot of us do with certain things. Oh, how hard could it be? I'm fit. I've done a lot of backcountry stuff. That place is a different ball of wax. Basically nearly killed me. We were like calculating 2,000 calories a day. But there's a saying at National Geographic, they don't say this outright, but it's sort of between the photographers, is that we don't publish excuses. Came out and retooled and asked for help from friends and experts, and basically retooled the whole system. One camera. I made a documentary film about it too, and it's called Into the Grand Canyon. It's on Disney Plus. That project to the Grand Canyon was so humbling to me on so many levels, and it made me realize I have a lot of friends that have served.
My roommate in college, a guy named Dan Angeloff, went into the Marines
and sadly passed away. And just an interesting note is that I had a really tough day out in the Grand Canyon, and I wasn't finding water, and I couldn't figure out, I wasn't reading maps well, I was falling behind. And this may sound totally weird, but I was using my cell phone, just normal cell phone in airplane mode, but the GPS system still works, and occasionally the GPS would track where we were. And I would rely on that, and I'd link up to the satellite device I had when I was in a bad spot. And I picked up my phone, I kept looking, and suddenly it said missed call. And I said, wow, that's really bizarre, because there's no service out here, so there's no way I got a missed call. I said, I must just be losing it because I'm dehydrated. And then I said, well, what the hell, who called me? So I look at the missed call list, and sure enough, it's my late roommate from college, who was a Marine. And I was like, well, that's really weird. And can't explain this, and this doesn't make any sense. And his last name starts with an A, so I was like, well, top of the alphabet, I just somehow phone glitched. And then I went and looked at my contacts, and he was not at the top of the A's, he's deep in the A's. So I'm like, well, this really is weird. And then at a certain point I said, you know what? I'm not gonna try to figure it out, I can't. I just sort of said, hey, thanks, Dan, for the message. I'll do what you would do, and I know you would hunker down and marine up and move on. And I just kept moving. We went another 4 miles and found water, in the dark. And so it just makes me realize that these guys, what they do, and men and women go through a lot, and they put their lives on the line, and I'm really grateful. And during that project, it seemed like one of them came back and gave me a little kick in the butt to keep going. And so, yeah, I'm just grateful for those people that go abroad to, risk things to help protect some of the amazing spots we have back here.
My name is Joe Huffman. I was raised on a farm in north central Idaho. Currently work and live in the Seattle area. But I put on an event once a year in Idaho on my property there called Boomer Shoot. It's a long-range precision rifle event with high explosives as the target. I've been doing that for over 20 years now. We're shooting at targets that are 4 inches square at 375 yards. So that's a little challenging. And the targets go out to 700 yards. And out at the more distant range, we put up targets as large as 7 inches square. So even at 700 yards, a 7-inch square is the challenge to hit. This is sort of a magic you're doing. People have a natural curiosity for things, and having explosions happen. Explosions are pretty interesting things. That's not something that we evolved for. It draws your attention to this unusual thing, right? An explosion. If you can, pull the trigger here and make something go boom hundreds of yards away, that's pretty unusual too. And so that's the fun part of it. The educational part of it is that it's not easy to do that. You can't just drop somebody off the street behind the gun and point them at the targets and have them make things go boom 700 yards away at the target that small. So we have a 2-day precision rifle clinic.
In today's scenario, we have 30 gallons of gasoline.
And that's staffed by some nationally known shooters and also a former sniper instructor who does the coaching and organization of this clinic for those 2 days. He used to be a sniper instructor for Fort Lewis. He's been doing this for 20 years for us. And he gets people from, almost complete novice to being able to hit their first targets and to have a good time the first time they come out. I have some pretty close ties to the military. Both my son-in-laws had spent multiple tours in the sandbox. The sniper instructor, he was former military, and we have some of his instructors that he brings over are either active military or former military. One of our instructors lost his life in Afghanistan. So that hit me pretty hard. And very grateful for the sacrifices they've made and the risks they put themselves to. And so it's hard for me to express the level of gratitude I have for them. From Idaho.
All right. So there's some really powerful stories. We are now officially wrapping up Salute Across America. This has just been an incredible journey. I cannot thank all of the companies, all of the charities, every celebrity and athlete and everyone who gave their time. This was a project that really could only have come together with Marjorie Eastman. Want to thank Lacey Evans and obviously John Timar with Killcliff and all of our companies, that have been featured. I encourage everyone, go to saluteacrossamerica.com and, check out the companies, check out the charities, and please support, these incredible companies, and spend Memorial Day this weekend, living a life worth dying for. I think that there have just been some incredibly inspirational insight into how we should be living, how we should be thinking. So this has just been amazing. Scott, do you have any parting words for us?
I think General George Patton probably said it best when he said that it was foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died, yet we should feel fortunate that such brave men lived. And that quote really says it all. I think that every American that served, every American service member that paid the ultimate sacrifice with their very life to give us this opportunity to live in this great country is why we do what we do. And I'm extremely honored to have served my country in that capacity and have served alongside men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And to the families out there, our Gold Star families, I just want to say again how much we love you, and we're always here in Semper Fi.
Absolutely. G-Dub, any closing thoughts?
I really don't have much to add to what he said. It was kind of perfect. What Randy Couture said keeps ringing in my hair is that making friends with the worst case scenario. I'll bring that with me for quite a while, but definitely educational for me today. And I feel like I know how to go about Memorial Day from this point forward for sure.
All righty. Well, I'm going to leave you guys with two incredible musical performances. One from Molly Brown and Tom Samulak. We met Molly about a month ago, and truly a voice from heaven. And Tom's accompanying guitar is incredible. And then we're going to wrap up as we began with the Star Spangled Banner from Carrie Manolakis. She is just, I mean, truly incredibly talented and gifted. And everyone who gave their time, energy, effort to put this project together, I cannot thank you enough. There are too many people to go down the list and thank. But I feel genuinely grateful for being in the company of men and women who have served our country, have been willing to put their lives on the line. I am truly humbled, and I cannot thank everyone enough for just allowing me to be part of this journey. I hope you all learned something. I hope you all got some insight. And most of all, I hope that you feel a little more connected today. So for Salute Across America, I'm John Brinkus. God bless you.
Hey guys, I'm Molly Brown.
And I'm Tom Samulak.
And this song is dedicated to the brave men and women of our military who have made the ultimate sacrifice to keep us free. Well, I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled